Now, in today's video, we are going to be building a universal complex app using FlutterFlow and Supabase. So this is going to be a comprehensive video tutorial on a very popular app that many of you have been asking for quite a while. And we're also going to be showcasing some of the more advanced features that were released as part of FlutterFlow's latest release. And definitely make sure you watch the video until the end because I'm going to be showing you how to deploy this app on various platforms as well. You definitely do not want to miss that. And with that being said, I sincerely hope that you enjoy this comprehensive app building tutorial. Now, before we get started, as always, all the apps that I demonstrate on this channel can be viewed and or cloned via our amazing Patreon community. And if you're still not a member of our incredible Patreon community, then you can learn more and hopefully become a member via the first link in the description below the video. All right, so the universal app that we're going to be building is going to be a car listing as well as like buying and selling. So think about like Auto Trader, sites like this. Okay, now we're going to be using FlutterFlow for the app itself as well as Supabase as our backend. And here we have some of the views, the interactions of the app. Okay, this is the architecture. And so the way to think about it is that this app is going to have various components. Okay, so first we have, the login, right? So the user needs to log in, they need to have an account, and we're going to have user management, right? So we're going to have buyers and sellers. Okay, so, some people might be just sellers, some people might be just buyers, or people can be both, either or, right? They can be buyers and sellers. Okay. And so the first thing that I want to cover is the car listings, right? This is what the people are going to see. The users are going to see immediately. They're going to see the car listings and the car detail. Okay. So this is kind of this one component. Another thing that we're going to be doing is we are going to have a map view. So you're going to have your listings and you'll be able to kind of, load them up on a map view to see these listings on a map. So that way you can see if they're close or far away, etc., etc. Next, we are going to have these three things, right? And this is kind of this logical process, right? You'll be able to favor a listing, right? This should say listing right here. You'll be able to send an offer, okay, to a specific listing. Okay, so favorite, send an offer, and let's say you purchase it, then that listing is gonna have various transactions. Okay, so maybe this car, this particular, maybe a Toyota Camry or something, it was purchased at this time, then it was purchased again 6 months later, it was purchased again. So this is kind of this natural progression, right? Somebody favorites a car, they send an offer, and then that offer begins to have listings, transactions after, various people buy it. We also are gonna have the seller detail page, right? And you can think of it as a dealer, seller or a dealer detail, and you'll be able to view and leave various ratings and reviews. So dealers, sellers are gonna have ratings and reviews. And last but not least, we might also have like a blog subsection. So like a various like a blog with blog articles, a blog homepage, blog articles, detail. You can read those articles. And this is fairly common on web apps. It's not so much common on mobile apps, but this is very common when we're talking about web apps. Okay, so this is kind of our overall kind of architecture, and that is why I group some of these things together, because they're kind of these separate, independent, standalone subsystems, right? If you remove this, you can still have an app, right? If you remove all this, you can still have an app. It's just these things that add more functionality, features, and ultimately value to our users. Okay, next I want to show you our car listing app DB schema, right? And just like how I mentioned in the beginning of the video, we're going to be using Supabase as our backend, as well as our authentication engine. And everything that we talked about here This is how we're going to be structuring it, right? So when you're using Supabase, you have a built-in users table. Now, the problem with this built-in users table is that you can't really add rows. It's read-only. And so what you typically do is you create another table called profiles or users extension or something along those lines. That will allow you to create more fields and add more things to this table. So this is going to be a one-to-one relationship. Okay, next we have the seller. So if a user is a seller, they're gonna have cars. So this is a one-to-many relationship. Sellers will also have rating and reviews, right? So like a dealer, I should be able to see if other people like them or not, right? If they had any issues purchasing from them or not. Now, if a user is buyer, he'll be able to favorite things, right? So if I'm buying, if I'm in the kind of in the buying mode, right? And in that kind of looking at the buyer's view, I should be able to favorite. Okay, because the seller's view is going to be different. They can see the offers and things like that. So they typically won't be able to favorite cars unless they're acting viewing the site as a buyer. Now, cars can have multiple offers. Okay, so let's say there's a Toyota Camry and I offer this amount, another person offers that amount, a third person offers another amount, right? Multiple offers. And also a car can have multiple transactions, okay? And in fact, this will probably should be here, right? It should be grouped right here. Okay, right below it. And then last but not least, we have the chats functionality. And so if I like a particular car, I can start a chat with the dealer linked to that particular car. So it's not like I'm starting a chat with a dealer, with a seller to chat about anything and everything. I'm essentially talking about a particular car. So this is going to be this chats functionality. And obviously for every chat, there's going to be multiple messages, right? From me and from the seller about this car. And so this is also something that we're going to be building throughout our development process. Okay, and maybe I'm missing a couple of things, but right now, this is what we're looking at when it comes to the apps DB schema. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to build out the database schema. And just like how I mentioned previously, we're going to be using Supabase as our database backend. So here I am inside of my Supabase dashboard, and I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new project specifically dedicated for this app here. All right, so I'm just going to call it car, going to put in the password here, create new project. Okay, so now it's setting up my project. Let's give it a couple of moments. All right, so here's our new project. It has been created. And the next thing that we want to do is we want to start setting up the tables. And so I'm going to click here to our table editor. And now I can start creating the tables, okay? And so if we take a look at our diagram here, this is our schema. The first table that I want to create is a profiles table with a one-to-one relationship to the users table. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. New table, I'm just going to say profiles. And I'm going to go ahead and create a foreign key linking it, right? So we need to link it. I'm just going to say user ID. And if I click here, I can link it. Now this table is going to be in this auth schema and it's going to be in this users. And it's going to be linking to this ID here. I'm going to say save. And now I want to add my user defined field. So what do I want? Well, I want a name, maybe I don't know, let's do first name, last name, let's do a profile picture. What else do we need? And we also need to differentiate whether this is going to be a buyer or a seller. Okay, and for that we need to create some kind of a role, perhaps. Okay, so I'm just gonna say role, and the thing is they can be both, right? They can be both buyers and sellers. Okay, so there's a couple of ways that we can do them, right? So we can just make it as a text here, and let's say they're a buyer, which is B, seller S, and if they're both, it's going to be BS. We can do something like that. Okay, so let's just get started from this. Let's give these types. This is text. Profile picture is text, and we can add more fields later, right? Because email is already stored on the original table. Password is being stored there. So later on, we'll see if we want to add more fields here. We can always add more fields, okay? So I'm gonna hit save. I'm gonna, add this table first. All right, so this table is now created. The second table that I wanna add is gonna be the cars table, right? So if you click here, this is a big one, right? Cars is huge, right? Because everything is kind of around cars, right? Everything is gonna be done with cars, right? New table, I'm gonna say cars. And what do we want to do? First, we need the foreign key to the user, right? Because this is gonna be, seller is gonna have multiple cars. Buyers are not gonna be linked to cars initially, but sellers are gonna have multiple cars. So I'm gonna say seller ID, and this is gonna be linked to that users table. Users, and we're gonna link it, connect it on the ID. Okay, so that's our foreign key. And what else do we need? Well, so make, model, year. Let's go ahead, make, model, year. What else do we need? Mileage, price, and location, condition, description. So let's do a location, condition. In fact, I'm just gonna, and description, condition, description, and then maybe location. All right, let's do, this is text and this is text. Now for the year, we can use into, but for the mileage, we can't really use into because into goes up to like 32,000. Okay, so it's not gonna work. So we need to use int for, and for the price, we can use into again. Now for the condition, we are gonna be using text just to keep things simple. Description is text, and location is also going to be text. And then maybe later we'll do something with it. If you want to do like a map view, we may want to store coordinates here. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save. We're gonna go ahead and create this table. All right, this table has been created, and the next table that we want to do is we want to do offers. Okay, let's start with this thing right here. Let's do offers. Okay, so let's go over here, new table. I'm just gonna say offers, and let's go ahead and think how this is gonna work. So this is gonna be the many end of the cars, right? So car will have multiple offers. Okay, so we need the car ID automatically here, right? So this is going to be linked to that cars table, and this is going to be on the ID over here. And we also need the buyer ID, right? This is the person that's interested, right? So this is just going to be a link, kind of a connection to the users table. So this is the buyer ID, and maybe the offer price, right? Maybe some text and the offer price. Okay, so let's say, they're offering X amount price, and this is going to be int 2, right? In fact, let's go ahead and make it int 4, because int 2 only goes up to 32,000, right? So int 4 is good. If if you're not sure, just use numeric. That is what I always recommend. That's the safest choice. But right here, I'm just going to be using int 4 here, and maybe an offer text, some text, or yeah, whatever text. This is going to be text over here. Okay, and buyer ID is going to be linked to the other table, users ID. All right, so that is what we have. We have the car ID, we have the buyer ID, we have the price, and we have the text. Okay, and so that way, this car might have multiple offers from different buyers. Okay, I'm gonna hit save. All right, so now we have offers. What's the next table we want to look at? Transactions. Okay, new table, transactions. Okay, transaction is like sold, mostly sold, I guess, right? Sold to this person, sold, so that way sold for an amount, the year it was sold, kind of a history of that car, if you will. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the first one. This is going to be the car ID, and a car can have multiple transactions. We're going to do this. We're going to go here, users ID. Okay, what else do we need? We need a what do we want to store? Let's store the, well, we have the created ad, so we know when that transaction occurred. Let's, store the type of transaction. So sold maybe, right? So something like this. Let's say price. The price that it was sold for, and this needs to be an int 4, right? And just like how I mentioned, you can use numeric if you want, just to keep things simple. And that's about it, right? What else do we want to store? The type, this is going to be sold. The price, the price that it was sold for. We can also track the user if that's important, but maybe for, for privacy reasons, we probably don't really care about that. Okay, so I'm just gonna save it like this. Let's just go with this. Next, we want to create rating and reviews, and then favorites. and then the chat stuff. Okay, so rating and reviews. Let's go ahead and create a new table, reviews. And so the reviews are going to be for a dealer, right? They're not going to be for a car. Okay, they're going to be for a specific dealer, and they really have nothing to do with the car. I mean, they can have a car in there, right? Because when I'm leaving a review, I'm leaving it for the dealer, but I'm also may kind of note may have a recorded field that references the car. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna say seller ID, and then I'm gonna have some car information in reference to this car, and then I'm gonna have the actual review. So this is gonna be a rating. Rating is just 1 to 5, okay, into and a review, and this is going to be just text. Okay, and that looks good to me. All right, and let's go ahead and link this to our user and link this car ID to our cars. All right, so seller in reference to this car, rating and review itself. Okay, that looks good to me. So this was reviews. Now we need to do favorites. Okay, so let's go ahead and do favorites next. Go ahead and create a new table, favorites. Now, favorites is going to be a one-to-many relationship from a user, right? So if you come over here, we have a user, the buyer, can favorite multiple cars. Okay, so that's going to be a kind of this many-to-many relationship, right? So a user can have multiple favorites, and a car can be favorited by multiple users. When you have something like that, when you don't have kind of uniques on both sides of the relationship, that becomes a many-to-many relationship. So I'm gonna say buyer ID, and I'm gonna say the car ID. And so none of these are unique. So it's not like with a review is gonna be unique. So that's a one-to-many relationship. There's only one of those reviews. Like if I leave a review, my text is, it's going to be fairly unique. I don't, if I write like a long paragraph, chances are nobody else is going to write the exact same thing. Whereas this is not unique. So buyer ID, let's go ahead and link it to our auth. And this is going to be our car ID. Okay, so this is going to be cars. Okay, so just your standard many-to-many, just a way to link these two tables together, right? So buyer likes this car, and as a buyer, I can favorite multiple cars, and a car can be favorited by multiple users. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. And what else do we need to do? We have offers, transactions. Let's talk about the chats and messages next. Okay, so with chats and messages, I typically create two tables, chats and messages, and that way it's going to have a one-to-many relationship. So let's do chats. Now, a chat isn't just like, your standard chat. It needs to be linked to a car. And so first, let's go ahead and see what we want to have as part of the users, right? So with chats, you want to have the users that are on the chat. And the way that I like to do it is I like to do it user IDs with the IDs. So it's easy for me to look up in the app. And then I also need to look up the user names, right? So this becomes an array. Okay, so here what's going to happen is we're going to have user IDs, and this is going to be a UUID, and this is going to be an array, right? So this thing here needs to be an array, right? So if you click over here, we can define it as an array. And usernames also needs to be an array, right? Because this is going to be an array of just text. So this is how I like to set up. And in this particular case, because a chat needs to be linked to a car, right? So, as a buyer, I have many chats, but they're all about a specific car. I'm going to say car ID. Okay, so this is my kind of this extra field, and I'm going to link that as a foreign key to this ID over here. Okay, so if it wasn't if it was just a user chat, we won't need this. So this is an optional field. Just here, I'm adding it so that we know what the car is, right? So if you need to display it, you want to remind the user what the chat is about, we can display some information about this car. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this over here. All right, so there we have it. Okay, so now we have the user IDs. I like to have an array, and the reason I have this array is that it's going to be easier to look up if we have a chat that we are a part of. And same thing if we need to display the name. You're going to see that when we start building the app, and this is this optional field for extra context. Next, let's go ahead and add a new table called messages. Just going to say chat messages so that it's clear what these are about. And here we need the chat ID, we need the actual message, and we also need the user ID that is sending the message, right? Who is the sender of the message, right? So I'm just gonna say sender ID, just gonna place it right here. So chat ID, sender ID, message. We have the created at, which is the time that the message was sent. I think this looks good. This is all we need. So let's go ahead and link this to chats. Yep, chats. Link it to the ID over here. And sender ID is a user ID. Okay, so that way we know who the user is. Right? Is it us? Is it somebody else, so that we can display it properly? And this looks good to me. I don't think we need anything else. This just needs to be text and looks good. Let's go ahead and save that. And are we done? I think we are done. Who knows? We may add a couple of other tables later on. So we have a bunch of tables: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 tables here, which is a good amount to kind of get started. So now that we've created the tables, we need to enable RLS policies. Okay, so as you can see, if you hover over, it says RLS is enabled for this table, but no policies are set. Select queries may return 0 results. So what this means is that since this is enabled, but we don't have any policies, we won't be able to access it. So we're going to click here and we're going to create a policy. And for now, I'm just going to create an open policy, open to everybody for testing. And we can even do true here. Let's go ahead and save that. And let's do the rest for all the other tables. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a policy here. What do we we need to create all these policies for all the tables, because right now we only have it for cars. Create all, and let's go ahead and give it a true. All right, let's do it here. All right, couple of more tables left. Do that here, and that is done. So now we have this kind of open policy, if you will, that permissive, very permissive policy for all the tables, which means we'll be able to access them. All right, so at this point in time, our Supabase schema is complete. Now, before we start to actually build out the app, I want to have some data in my database. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add some sample data. So I'm going to start with users, right? So if we go into authentication over here, we don't have any users, right? And this is kind of where it all starts, right? So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to create a new user, and I'm going to fill this out. And I like to create 3 records for, each table, each entity. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create 3 users just to kind of get started. Okay, here's the first user. Go ahead and create 2 more. All right, and there we have 3 users. Next, I want to go back to our tables there, and I also want to create 3 profiles, right, for each of these users, okay, because we're going to be using profiles data as well. I'm going to go ahead and create a new row here. User ID, this is going to be for James, right? Oh, for Rob, let's start with Rob. First name is Rob. Profile picture, I am going to leave out first, and the role, I'm just going to put a seller. All right, let's go ahead and do the same for the other users. James, no code, and role is seller. And let's do one more. User ID for Nick, and also seller. Okay, so we have 3 sellers at the moment. All right, so we got 3 profiles here. And so now I can start off with creating some of these ones, right? You always want to start with users, because in apps like this, when it comes to ownership, you need the users to be there first. Okay, so let's go ahead and create cars first. Let's go ahead and create 3 cars. And so as you can see, it needs a seller ID. So we wouldn't be able to create this first without the other tables being created before. Okay, so I'm going to click here, and let's say this is Rob's car. Rob is selling his BMW M3. Let's say this is a, I don't know, 99 mileage. Let's say 50,000 miles. Price, let's say he wants, I don't even know, $4,000 for it or something like this. Condition is description: awesome car, drives great. Location, I'm gonna put New York. Okay, let's go ahead and create 2 more records. Let's go ahead and create one for James. James is selling his VW Jetta, year 2015, mileage, I don't know, 75,000. I don't even know how much they cost. $8,000. A condition is description: great car, has some chips here and there, but no issues. Location is Miami.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit save. And let's do one more, insert a row. Now, these cars can belong to one individual, but I'm just kind of spreading things out. Okay, for the purpose of this tutorial, let's say the make is a Toyota. Let's say it's a Camry, year 2020, mileage is 45,000 miles. Price is I don't know, $15,000. Condition is fair. Car needs a bit of and body work, but otherwise runs great. Okay, location is San Diego. All right, let's go ahead and hit save. All right, so now we have 3 cars. And so we have this covered. We have chats. I'm going to skip that right now. We also have favorites. I'm going to skip that for now as well. We have offers where you can send an offer to a car, right? So we have car ID, buyer ID. So you send an offer. It has the price and maybe some text that the seller sees. We're going to get to that later. We have reviews. Okay, so the reviews are done for the seller. So this is a good one. Let's go ahead and create a couple of records here so that we at least have something, some reviews for the sellers. I'm going to add a row. I'm going to pick a seller ID, right? And then I'm going to say, let's say Rob. And let's say this is a review for one of these cars here. So wait, let's go back and see. Let's just make sure that we have the right one. So if I go into cars and let's say I want to review for Rob. Rob has which car? He has this first one, BMW. Okay, so I'm just going to create a review for the BMW, right? And I'm gonna say, let's say this is from 1 to 5 stars, and review is great. Seller would do business again. Okay, so something like this. And then I'm gonna leave a couple of other reviews there. Okay, insert a row. I'm gonna do the same thing for Rob, and I don't want to do for Rob. I'm gonna do for James, and I need to check what cars so that we have them all lined up correctly. So this VW Jetta, who is the seller there for the VW? So James is selling the VW, and then Toyota is Nick. Okay. So let's go ahead and leave the other reviews. This is going to be James for the VW. I'm gonna say for good experience. Wish it was a bit faster. Okay, so let's say the guy had to wait a while on James, and let's leave our final review. This is gonna be for Nick, and he has a Toyota, and I'm gonna say 5. Great seller, great car, overall excellent experience. Go ahead and hit save. All right, so now we have 3 reviews for 3 different cars belonging to 3 different sellers. Okay. We also have transactions that we can leave, you know, if the car was bought, we can have the price, and that way a car has a history, right? So we'll do that later. But I think for now, we're good. We're good to kind of start with something, at least start building a homepage, maybe a detail page, stuff like that. We'll come back to this as we are building the app. All right, so now we have that database set up and we have some sample data. We are ready to start building the app. And so here I am inside of my FlutterFlow dashboard. And as you can see, I have a bunch of apps. I have a ton of other apps that you may not see right away. So, you know, I have a ton of apps, but you may not have so many apps, right? So you might have a different screen, but regardless, we're going to click here, create new, and we're going to call this project Car Trader. Okay, I'm gonna say blank, and now it's creating our screen. We're gonna disable Firebase because we're gonna be using Supabase for this. And now here we are. The first thing I want to do is I want to link this project to my Supabase database. So I'm gonna press Command K or Control K, depending on if you're using a Mac or a PC, and I'm gonna search for Supabase here. I'm gonna go ahead and enable it. I'm gonna go back to Supabase, go to Project Settings. And I'm just gonna minimize this so that I can see it. Going to minimize it. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and go into API, copy the URL right here, and I also need the anon key. I'm gonna copy this right here, and I'm gonna say get schema, and right away I see all my schema here. Okay, so now I'm good. I can maximize this, and I have now access. I have now connected my Supabase database. And so now I can start building the app. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with a home page. And this is where we're going to be listing various cars here, right? This is what the user sees right away. And remember, we're building a universal app. And so we want to make sure that as we're building this app, it looks good on any kind of any screen size, right? So regardless of whether, the user has it opened in a mobile view or a tablet view or a desktop slash web app view, it's going to work just the same. Okay, so I'm just going to say homepage for a lack of word, and I am going to list them, right? So I'm going to start with a list view here, and I like to start with a card, right? So a card is a nice natural choice, and then we can set them up, right? We need to decide how we want to list things, right? So the way I want to list it, right? We are going to have a picture of the car here. We are going to have maybe the model, the make and model up on top, and then other information, right? So I'm viewing it as kind of a 2-column layout, right? And then at the bottom, we might have the name of the seller and the stars, right? So I'm immediately envisioning at least a 2-column layout, maybe a 3-column layout, but at least a 2-column layout. Okay, so that means I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna do a row, right? And then inside I'm gonna have 2 columns, right? So they're gonna be as a row, right? So I'm going to duplicate this. In fact, I'm just going to right click here, duplicate, and now we have this. Now what I want to do is I want this second column, in fact, I wanted to take up the rest of it, and because I want to control the size of this column, right? So I'm going to select the second column and I'm going to click here. I'm going to maximize it. And then for this column, what I'm going to have is I'm going to have an image inside of it. So that way, the person can see the car, and I can control the size of the image. So I think I need to do something like 75 by 75. I think that's going to look kind of cool, right? To get started, maybe more, maybe, okay, maybe some. I think this is going to look good. And remember, we also want to pad it. All of that is going to take up space. So let's go ahead and do the padding on the card. I start up with a 10, and we also want to do padding inside, right? So I'm going to select this row. I'm going to pad it also. Okay, now that looks kind of clean. And another thing that we can do is we can have a little bit of an elevation on this card to kind of give it this 3D look. So that's starting to kind of come together, right? We have the image. We have the second column. Now inside the second column, we're going to have a lot of data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a bunch of rows there. Okay, so this is the first row, and there's going to be a lot of rows. Okay, so let's select this. Let's add another row. In fact, well, on this level, right? So I'm going to go in here, Command D to duplicate. There's our another row. So now we have 3 rows. So we have the car model, the car make, model, maybe miles here, maybe the price here, and then the seller here. So let's start off with this for now. Let's see how that's going to look. And let's go ahead and, yeah, for this row, I'm going to add a text. Okay, so now we have this text here, and I'm going to do the text here as well, and the text here as well. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do a little bit of padding on the rows. I think maybe 10. Yeah, 10 looks nice. If 10 is too much, you can do 5. Okay, let's select this. Okay, that's starting to look kind of cool. And so this is going to be a little bit bigger, right? I want it to be like, make model, right? So that they see the make and model. This is going to have the year and the miles. And this is going to be the seller information. Okay, just, something to start with. Okay, so let's have this, maybe make it a little bit medium, semi-bold. Yeah, semi-bold looks kind of cool. And this is going to be make and miles and year and miles. And this is going to be the seller information. Okay, so let's go ahead and link this up so that we can at least see some data. I want to see things, right? So I'm going to come in here, the background query. We're going to do a Supabase query, and I'm going to select my cars. Okay, I'm going to say confirm, right? We have no filters, nothing like that. And now I can configure the individual fields from these cars, right? So let's do so this is going to be make and model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do combine, right? The other option is that you can have this is a row, so you can add two text here if you want, right? So for instance, instead of doing it this way, you can duplicate this, and then you can do it like this if you want. Or you can just combine it at this level, at the widget level. Okay, so let's do it like this. It doesn't really matter. Let's do make default variable. I like to put E. so that it displays it so that we know. And let's go ahead and add our model. And as you can see, there's no space now, right? And so what we need to do is there's a couple of things that you can do, right? You can do a combine on this widget and give it some space, or you can just do a little bit of padding, here, right? Or you can create another widget in the middle, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna add a little bit of padding and see how that looks. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little bit of padding on the left. So maybe like a 10. Okay, so something like this. Now, if I expand it, let's see how it looks. Okay, so as you can see, this is fine, right? Because it's kind of left aligned, right? This is fine for us. If you want to make it right aligned, that's another thing that you want to do. So it depends on how you want to, how you want it to look, right? We can also do centered align, right? So in other words, so if you come over here, you can also make it center aligned. So if you go to this row and you make it like this, okay? So let's make it left aligned for now. The point is we have options. We have options, okay? Because if you have like, a car might be up to here or something like that. So let's leave it like this. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm being cognizant, of the other resolutions, of the other screen sizes, okay? So let's do this for now. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is that if this is too long, this is going to wrap. Well, it's not going to wrap. It's going to overflow the row. And the reason for that is the row does not impose any constraints on its children here, right? And so what you can do is you need to do something. You need to have some kind of a constraint, right? It's not an issue right now, but it's going to be an issue if we have some kind of like a long make, like Mercedes-Benz or something, or like Volkswagen, right? When it's spelled out, it's going to be long. And so we need to make sure that we take that into account, okay? And so we need to make sure that, we are able to have some kind of, we understand that there's a constraint system happening. And by the way, I have a really, really great video on these constraints. And this is something you absolutely need to master. And if you haven't seen my video, and if you're not sure about this constraint system, then definitely watch the video. You're going to be seeing it in the corner of your screen, in the right upper corner right now. And so definitely watch that video just to make sure that you are kind of up to date on all of that. Okay, but for now, this is fine. And let's go ahead and do this as well. And then we'll come back to it. We'll test it out. We'll make sure it looks good. So this is going to be the year and the miles. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing, right? I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this, and I'm going to do a little bit of padding here as well, something like this. And this is going to be the year. Okay, so let's put the year, or maybe miles first. I think mileage is gonna look fine. And this is the year. You can just type the year, it'll find it. All right, and last but not least is the seller information. Now, the issue that we have here is, well, we have the seller ID, but we don't have the seller data. And so what we need to do is, well, we have a couple of options. We can do a query here to get the right information, to get the the seller name and the aggregate reviews and all that. Or we can create another view. I mean, it's a lot better to create a view to display all of this. So we'll do that in a little bit. But right now, I want to display the seller ID. Okay, we need the default value there. We'll do that a little bit later. And really, the best approach is to create a view here, okay, to get the data, and that way it's going to look a lot better. All right, so let's go ahead and run our app and see what's going on, okay, just to make sure at least, this works, right? The initial stage, the initial view is showing up the correct data. All right, and here we are. And as you can see, we are seeing stuff. This needs to be formatted. We're going to take a look properly. We need to format as decimal. But as you can see, we have this overflow issue. Now, you're typically not going to have an overflow issue here, but you're definitely going to have an overflow issue here. So if I have Volkswagen spelled out, it's going to probably overflow, or at least going to be close to it. In fact, let's go ahead and try this right now. Here we are in our Supabase. I'm going to go to our table editor and database. I'm going to go ahead and get to public here, go to cars. And so this is VW. Let's say I want to spell it out. So I'm going to put Volkswagen. Okay. I'm gonna do that. All right, now we have this spelled out. Let's go ahead and refresh our app and see how that looks. Okay, so as you can see, it's still fine. It's still fine, but you can guess that if it was a little bit longer, or the make was longer, or the model, or both were longer, it would have this overflow issue. With the same for this user ID. So it's good that we have user ID, because that's, a guide for us. Okay, so let's go back and see how we can fix that. Okay, so just like how I said, this row here, it does not impose any constraints, unlike a container or some of these other widgets, right? It's all about constraints. And if there's no constraints, it just goes further. But the problem is, our view is limited, right? So at some point, we're going to run into constraints. We're not going to run into constraints on this row widget level, on this level, but we're going to run into constraints maybe on the card level, or on this homepage level, which is also a widget as well. Okay, so we need to make sure that we are able to set some kind of constraints on it. Okay, now to fix it, what we can do is we can create a constraint on these elements. Okay, so for instance, these text elements, because they're inside of a row or a column, we can do this expanded, right? So let's say I pick this text here, right? And I want to make sure that it doesn't overflow. Well, with this text selected, I can do this. Okay, so that's going to give it the max amount of space. I can also do this, which is going to give it a max amount of space as the maximum, but also let it take up as much space as it needs. But here, it doesn't really matter, right? So I can do this as well. And I can also do the same thing here. So let's say for make and model, I can maximize it, and I can maximize both of these. And that way they will take up 50%. Now, if we come over here, this is kind of how it looks. Okay, so as you can see, it takes up 50-50, but it will never overflow. Okay, but this may not be what we want. Okay, so as you can see, this may not be what we want. Okay, so if we have just this here, then this is going to take up maximum, but this is not. Right now, this doesn't have a constraint. So this is going to overflow. Now, another thing that we can do is we can set this one maximum, and we can assign a flex factor, right? So you can think of a flex factor as a way to divide this, right? So let's say we want these to be next to each other, right? And so in that case, what I can do is I can give it a bigger flex, right? Something like this. So as you can see now, it has a larger flex, okay, to kind of set it up together. Okay, and so now let's go ahead and reload this and see how it looks. We should not have an overflow anymore. Okay, so now as you can see, it pads it. And this also pads because it has less space, right? You will never have an overflow now, at least with these widgets, because for this one, this is kind of what you want. But for this one, you don't want it, right? And so what I recommend in this situation is combining these two text fields into one widget and then giving it an expansion. Okay, because it makes little sense to kind of have these as two separate widgets. Okay, they're kind of one thing, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this one. I'm just going to do an expansion here, right, which is already set, and I'm going to do a combined field. I'm going to click here. What is this? Make and model, make. I'm going to add text, and here I can add a little bit of space, which makes it easy. And so the lesson here is that unless you don't really need an extra widget unless you're going to be doing something different, unless you need a different type of behavior. If this is going to be just one line, and in this case, this is one line, same thing for this, it makes sense for them to be like this. Now, I also have padding on this. I'm going to remove the padding because we don't need it anymore. And now, with this expansion set, and with this expansion, we don't really need that. We don't need the flex factor because it's going to take up the maximum anyway. And so now if I refresh it, it's not going to have any overflow issues. And this is something that you need to be thinking about when you're building apps for different screens. Okay, so as you can see, this is fine, but if it was longer, it would just wrap. But if we do this, you see it's still fine, right? Because it's left aligned. Okay, and now that I'm looking at it, maybe it will make more sense for it to be right aligned or maybe center aligned. Let's see. We'll see how we're going to do it. But right now, I want to change a couple of things. I want to come here and I want to do the mileage. I want to do the formatting, and let's do decimal here. We don't have a decimal, so it doesn't matter, but at least it will be nicely formatted. All right, and here we are. And so now we are displaying everything correctly. We have this decimal point. It looks pretty decent for now. The only thing here is, well, we need the images that we are going to put in our database, right? Change these records there. But we also need to make sure that the seller, and for that, we need to create a view. That would be the right approach. We need to create a separate view and then get the data from that view. And so that's what we're going to do right now. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to go to our SQL editor, and we are going to be using our assistant there to create a view for us. So we're going to say create a view that displays all car information along with the seller email and average review rating and number of reviews. Okay, so let's see if that works. We're gonna get the seller name, the average, and all that. Let's see if it's able to do it. And there it is. So it is doing a joint with the cars, with the users there, and it also doing a joint on the reviews. Okay, so let's go ahead and insert this code. Let's go ahead and execute this. So this view is going to be called car details. And I'm going to change this view because this is going to be car listing view. View car listing. Let's go ahead and execute it and see success. And now let's go back to our tables. We have this car listing view, and that right away gives us the seller email, and it should also give us the average rating and the number of reviews. So this is a lot better. Right? This is a lot better. So now, instead of trying to figure out how to get all of the seller information, we can just grab the view. And typically that is something that you're going to be doing anytime you have some data that is stored somewhere else, right? So this is a car listing. So we have car information, but we also have seller information. So now you know that that's a reason to do a view, right? So let's go back here. And let's go back and let's go ahead and expand it just a bit. And we want to go back to Supabase, and you want to click on Get Schema. And now you see this car listing. Okay. And so now what we can do is we can use card listing instead. Okay. Come over here, edit, and card listing. We'll confirm. And for most of these are going to be the same, right? Except now we have access to a bunch of other things, right? So seller ID, we have seller email. So I'm going to say seller email, and what I'm going to do is, well, in fact, I'm going to do a combine. Remember, combine is going to work really nice. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to click here. I'm going to replace this with combine. I'm going to come over here, paste this seller email, and then I can do a space, and I can do an average rating, right? Average rating, and then I can add this, and I can do a number of ratings, right? So what you want to do is, you may want to do the number first, right? So card listing, number of reviews, and you may want to have it in parentheses. Okay, so do this, wrap it in parentheses, do this as well. And so now we have seller email space, parentheses, open parentheses, number of reviews, close parentheses, then average rating. And then I'm going to have a space here. Okay, and that's going to give us a ton of data. Let's go ahead and reload this, see how that looks. All right, there we have it. Okay, so here you see the email, the number of ratings, which is one rating, and then the average, which is just one rating. So it's just that one rating. If we had multiple ratings, this would have two ratings, and this would be the average. So if we had 4 and 5, this would be 4.5. Okay. So now our homepage is starting to look together, right? And it's also, it's responsive ready. Well, here you're not really seeing anything, but if this was to overflow, we've got that covered, because this text here is, remember, it has this constraint, this expansion, where it essentially has a constraint to take the as far as the row expands. So because we're doing an expansion on the row, it's going to have this constraint that gives us all its space, but no more, and does the auto wrapping for us horizontally because it's on a row. If this was in a column, we would have the same thing vertically. Okay, so this looks kind of cool. and we are ready to add new functionality. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is I want to have some kind of filtering ability. Okay, what if, you know, the person wants to find cars from Toyota or just BMW cars or Nissan cars, etc. So we want to have some kind of filtering, and this filtering is going to be up above this list here naturally. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a row to set up our filtering, and let's go ahead and drag it up right here. And here we're going to have the different filtering. So how is this filtering going to be? Well, this filtering is just going to have a, I'm thinking like you can have a text input, but an even better would be a text input with auto, what is it called? Like auto fill in, that kind of thing. Okay, so we have this row now, and we can also pad it inside if you want, and we can create our text input. So for instance, this list view has a padding, I think it's 10, not this list view, this the cards inside the list view, right? They have a padding, and so potentially instead of padding the row, you might want to have create a card, right? Create a card here, and then you may want to pad the card. Okay, so something like this. Now this card is gonna expand to fit in all the elements, right? Another thing that we can do is we can do this, and that expands it automatically. Okay, and remember, this thing is only available if it's a child of a row or a column. So children inside this card, they're not gonna have that. But this is very powerful, right? Because it's responsive, right? It's going to be available everywhere, which is really, really nice. All right, so let's go ahead and create our filters here. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And how are we going to do that? Well, let's go ahead and create a text input, or in fact, even maybe a drop down, right? Even a drop down, I think would be really nice. And I don't think it's called a drop down. Forget if it's called select or drop down. And so how do we want it to look? Well, if we create a drop down here, right? Remember, we're building a universal app. We can probably fit at most 2 drop downs per row, right? Obviously, in this setup, will be better, right? It's going to be better. But because this is expanded, it's going to help us out. Okay, so let's go ahead and create like maybe 3 drop downs. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate this. Go ahead and duplicate this. And how do we want them to be displayed, right? Because this card, you know, it can only have one child. Okay, and so let's say we want it to be in a row, right? So I'm going to say duplicate and wrap in a row. So something like this, and I'm going to do another one, right? Okay, so here we have 3, and let's go ahead and give them a little bit of padding so that they're not like stuck. So maybe a 5. Let's see how 5. Well, if we do 5 on both, it's going to be 10. Let's see how this looks. So they're not on top of each other, right? Now this row here, right? If you take a look at this row over here, it's, you know, it doesn't have any constraints, right? So as a result, we have 3, and they don't fit all of them inside this row, right? So if you come over here, you see now we see the 3 of them. Okay, we see them here, but here it's kind of messed up. Okay, and so what we need to do is we need a way to constrain the children, because row doesn't care. Row is like, put as many as you want, you know, I don't care. But who cares? Well, you know, the entity that cares, right? The widget that cares, the wrap, if you will, right? This is the app, right? It's this homepage widget. It cares, right? And so what we need to do is we need to enable some constraints. And so in this case, what can we do? Well, we can do a lot of things here, right? If we want them to be displayed in a single row, we can do a flex factor, right? So not like this, we can have a flex factor of 3, right? Because we're trying to fit in 3 elements, right? So we can have a flex factor of 3 here, a flex factor of 3 here for all of them, right? And this last one also flex factor 3, okay? And so now that looks a little bit better. In fact, we can go ahead and fix this like this. And so now with the flex factor set, these are going to be effectively taking a third of the screen. So even if we expand this, you see how it's responsive, right? So it doesn't matter the width. Each one is going to take a third of the screen. This is exactly what we want. Okay, this is exactly what we want. And so now we can create an effective filtering bar here, right? And so for instance, here we have select. Let's say this is make. Let's come in here and put make. Here I'm gonna put model. And the last one, what are we gonna put? We are going to put, let's see, what can we put here? Okay, just to keep things simple. Okay, so now we have a very nice universal responsive UI for this, right? That's going to work in all screen sizes. The next thing that we need to do is we need to get the data for these, right? So where do we get the data? Well, now here where we have defined options, we can define them manually, or we can get them from a backend, right? And another thing to keep in mind is we have options and we have labels, and that you use that in situations where you want to display one thing, but the values themselves, you want them to be different. In this case, we're actually fine, right? We can display the certain values, and these are the values that we care about, right? Because we don't need to have any kind of transformation. Like we don't need to display certain values and have the system recognize other values. Now the issue here is we don't have the values, right? You can't do a backend call here inside of here. Anytime you're clicking here to get the variables, they need to be inside of the app. And so what we can do is we can simply do a database call just on these drop downs, right? This is fine because we're only doing it once. It's not a huge deal. Okay, we can do something on this row or on this card if you want, right? We can just get all the values. In fact, why don't we try to doing it on the card? We can simply come over here. We can do a Supabase query. And what we can do is we can do this card listing. Okay, and so just get the list of rows, get everything, and click confirm. And so now we can actually get the values. We have these values here. Okay, so what I mean by that is now we can click on, let's say, this first one, which is make, define our options, and we can simply click here. Okay, now remember this card listing gives us all the values. And so what we need to do is we need to just get the make. So we're going to map the items. We're going to click here, Supabase field, make, confirm, and that's it. We're just going to get the make here. Okay. And to keep it simpler, we can just do a copy, click over here, and we can get the model. Paste this and change this. You can even type it. Model, confirm, confirm, and then year. Paste it here, click here, and go for year. Now over here, it's telling us that it expects a list of strings, but the year is not a list of strings, right? The year is something else. And so we can do a number format, and that's going to fix it for us, right? Because that will essentially format it kind of as a string. Okay, because a number is just a number, but to make it appear, with a currency or with a period, with a comma, that becomes a string. So we automatically convert it into a string. Next, what I want to do is I want to make sure we are sorting it, right? So if we come over here, we have this make, we're getting the make. So another thing that we can do is we can sort these items, right? And the sort key is the item in list, right? So what do we want to sort it? Ascending or descending, right? So make is A to Z, and so that's going to be ascending naturally, right? A to Z is as ascending. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to do the same thing for models. Click here, sort, item in list, and we're going to keep it as ascending. And for the year, it's up to you how you want to do it. I'm just going to do it ascending as well, just to keep things consistent. All right, so now when this page loads, we're going to execute just one query on this card, and then we're just going to display all the values. This is very, very efficient and very, very fast. Okay, let's go ahead and run our app and rebuild this environment here, start a new session, and see what happens. All right, so here's our app, and let's go ahead and see. So if we click here and make, we have BMW, Toyota, and Volkswagen, which represents all the makes of the cars that we have in the database. If you click on model, you can see the models here. If we click on year, you can see the year here. Okay, as you can see, it's in ascending order. Maybe for a year, it looks better with descending. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I've just seen it in descending order on some of these other apps. It's really up to you. Okay, so this looks really clean, looks really nice. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to make it functional, right? So when we change the values, we needed to display the right filter, right? Because right now it displays everything, okay? And so how can we do it? Well, if you go to this list view here, right, and you go to this, we have this call here. If we go into edit, we have car listing, list of rows. We can also add a filter here, right? We can create a filter here, right? So we can say, make is equal to whatever, make is equal to this. And so we can create a filter here. The issue though is that these filters, they're not dynamic, right? So what I mean by that is as long as you have a filter set, it's going to filter correctly. But if you once you clear a filter, you won't be able to do it because there's no way to kind of remove these filters dynamically. Because, if I add a filter here, it's going to be here, right? Even if I set this to equal or some special value or something like this, I can't dynamically remove this filter. I can't dynamically clear the filter. And so for filtering and for searching, a lot of other these kind of operations, it's a lot better to use the Supabase API, the REST API, not the standard API. And this is arguably a limitation of how FlutterFlow is set up right now. And I'm sure in the future, they will give us dynamic filtering. I think they're actually working on enhancements to their Supabase integration. But right now, they're not dynamic, right? So if I have a filter, I can remove it here and it's gone, but I can't remove it while the app is running. I can't remove it programmatically. And so what we need to do here is we need to fetch this data via an API, okay? And so if you go into your Supabase dashboard and you go into API docs over here, and you select the table or the view that you are working with, right? So for instance, this car listing, what you want to do is you want to select bash, and you can also have your key here, and that way you get the full all the API calls here, right? So for instance, if you need to get the specific fields, this is what you need to execute, right? You can also execute and get all of them, right? So read all rows, right? This is exactly what we want. But if you scroll down, we also have filtering, okay? So that way you can say ID is equal to 1. You can do all of these unique filtering using this API, because at the time of making this video, this is the only way that you can do this advanced filtering, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create an API call. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to say create API call, and I'm going to say get cars, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here with this filtering, and this is a get request, right? Because there's no body here. These are just headers, right? It's all part of the URL. So this is a get request here, and I'm going to go ahead and save it. Make sure you continuously save this, because this does not save automatically. Next, you want to add your headers here. So I'm going to go ahead and add this header right here, paste this here, and I'm going to add this second header right here. And there's also a third header. Let's go ahead and add this range header. Let's go ahead and hit save. And so what does this do right now? Well, it gets a car listing records where ID is equal to 1. So that's only going to be one record, and that's only going to be the first record. So let's go ahead and see if this works. You always want to test. And it says here car listing ID doesn't exist. Okay. And so let's go ahead and see why that is. Because it's a view, right? It's a view. So if we remove, well, in fact, let's not remove the filter. Let's go ahead and take a look at the fields. We have car listing. It's car ID, right? So if we put car ID, and we have 1 over here, it should get this record here. So I'm going to save, click here. I'm going to test this. And now we get this whole record here, okay? And so with this, you can do all kinds of filtering, right? You can do all kinds of very interesting filtering. The only thing that you need to make sure is you're able to create these filtering dynamically, right? And you can do that, car ID is equal to this, and then you can say make is equal to that. So for instance, if I put make here and I put equal, let's say BMW, that's going to give me the BMW, right? And you see it gets me that BMW. In our case, we only have one record. That's a BMW, but had we have had more records, it would have filtered by BMW. Okay, so that is how you do it. Okay, And so what's the next thing that we need to do? Well, the next thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that this list view is powered by the API call. It's no longer going to be the Supabase query. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to change this to an API call. We have this API call. Now, because our filters are dynamic, we need to create the query dynamically. Right. And so depending on what the user is searching for, we need to pass the value here. And by the way, we're not finished yet here, right? This list view, you set it up here, but then you still need to go over here, get this response, and you want to get JSON body, no further changes, hit confirm, and then you are going to be getting the items, right? So let's say car item here. You can do that, and then you can reference the items, right? So now you need to change these combinations, right? This is not going to work because you can get the car item, and then you can get the JSON path here of the specific item that you're looking for. So now I can simply click here, I can go over here, I can choose this, and I can access them using a JSON path, right? Which is going to be the name of the field, of the column. So this is going to be the make, it's going to be like this. This is going to be the model. Okay, so this should work. Next, we are missing this. What is this right here? Well, what is this? Let's check that. This was, I believe, the miles and the price, or the reverse, and then we have the user stuff. Okay, so the year and the miles. Okay, because we weren't listing the price. Okay, so this is JSON path. I'm gonna say mileage. I think it's called. Is it called mileage? Let's double check. Mileage. Okay, you see it's called mileage over there, and this is going to be the year. And this is, what is this? Well, the first thing is, I believe, the average. Let's double check because we have a bunch of these. Seller's name, I think. Yeah, seller's name, JSON, and what is the seller name? Let's see where that seller name is. Seller email. Okay, so we have the seller email, and we also have, what do we have? At the end, we have average rating and number of reviews. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit here. So this is average rating. I think what we have, JSON path. I think this is going to be average rating, and this is going to be number of reviews. Okay, so yep, no errors now. Everything looks good. And remember, we are doing an API call here, but the API call doesn't have a filter. It does have a filter. So we're going to remove this filter for now. We're just going to do select all, right? We're just going to do everything just without the filter, right? Let's go ahead and test it. Yep, we're getting the 3 records that we have. So this is work. So this API is going to fetch all the stuff without the filter. Okay, let's test this out, and then we're going to enable the logic. All right, and there we have it. So everything looks good, right? Everything is displayed. We're not properly formatting this, right? Because it doesn't know the type, right? It doesn't know the type. And so what we need to do is we need to fix it. This mileage, we can't format it, right? Well, we can do to data type, but we don't have a data type. We don't have any data type. So what we need to do is we need to convert it to an integer, and then we'll be able to format it. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to do a code expression, and I'm going to say an argument. We're passing a string, because by default, these are strings, right? It doesn't know what they are. And what we're going to do is we're going to be returning an integer, right? And this is mileage. So we're going to say var1 to int. I think this is the function, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not the function. I think it's, so the way you do it is like this. This should hopefully work. In that parse, there we go. Okay, so that's going to take an input, which is a string, and convert it to an integer. And once we have that, what we can do is we can do the formatting now, right? Because we have this available, right? So we can say, you know, decimal here, and we can say decimal type automatic, exactly how it was before. Okay, so now we can hit confirm, go back here, rebuild our environment, and see how it looks. All right, and now as you can see, it's formatting it correctly because we have to convert to an integer. And then with the integer, we now have the options there. Okay, so now we're displaying everything. The next thing we need to do is we need to enable this filtering here. Now here, because we are creating our own REST API call here, this URL, we have complete control over the kind of data that we're going to be passing, something that we didn't have when we were using the built-in Supabase query functionality, the built-in FlutterFlow Supabase. And so what we're going to do here is we're just going to create the query parameters that we need to fill in. Remember, the query parameters are going to be these ones here. In order to form the right filtering, right? So we're just going to do make, we're just going to do model, and I'm also going to do year. Okay. And these are going to be from variable, because these are going to be dynamic. Create new variable, create new variable, create new variable. And we can't save just yet because we need to configure our variable. So these first two are strings. Year is obviously an integer. Save. Okay. And then what we can do is we can create the filters. Now for filters, you don't just do, the name. You have to have a operator. So if you want it to be equals to, we can do equal to Toyota, equals to Camry, and then the year, I don't remember. We have this car, but let me double check which Toyota. So if we go to car listing here, we have Toyota Camry 2020. Okay, so now we can go back here and we can say equal to 2020. And actually we can't do equal to 2020 because this year is a string. So we need to change it. It needs to be because it's an integer, it needs to be a string because we're not passing the year directly. And so now we can say equal to 2020. And because we have this car, we should get one record back. Okay, so we get this one record back, this Toyota Camry 2020, which we do have, with all of these three filters. Now, the issue that we have right now is regardless of whether we want these filters to be sent or not, they're going to be sent, right? So even if I disable these and I'm just interested in any Toyota, it's not going to work. You see, we're going to get an error. Why are we getting an error? Because it still sends these as query strings, even though they're empty. That's just how it works, right? It just sends empty query strings, and that's not going to work with Supabase. And so what we need to do is, ideally, what we want it to happen is we want to make sure that if the value is empty for any of these these variables, they should not be sent at all. So ideally, here it should just be make equals to eq.toyota. That's it. These ones are empty. They should not even be sent at all. How do we do that? Well, there's a way to do it. We need to go into advanced settings. And what we need to do is we need to create something called an API interceptor, right? So you can hover over, you can learn more about it. But in a nutshell, what it does is it basically modifies the request and is able to also modify the response. Okay, so we're going to add an interceptor, create a new one. And when we create a new one, we are redirected here. Essentially, it's like a custom action. It's a special type of custom action. And here, you have your request, so you can modify anything having to do with the request. And here we have the response, and you can modify the response before the system gets it. Now, if we hover over options here, you're going to be seeing it's going to tell you how to use it, right? So with this options, you have access to all kinds of stuff about the request. Okay, you have headers, you have all of this. And so what we need to do here is we need to check and when you do options params, right? So you can actually just type options and type, press dot here, and you can see all this stuff having to do with your request. These are essentially request options. And as you can see, we have this params right here. And params is a map of string with dynamic values. And these are your query strings, right? This is the stuff that gets attached. And so, for instance, what you can do is you can say, well, I want params, and then make equals Toyota. And you can say it like this. And also, let's go ahead and set the other params as well, right? So let's say my params for model is Camry and year is 2020. Okay, so that way all of them are filled in. Okay. Hit save, EQ 2020, hit save. And so now when we run our app, this is what we see. We see the only Toyota, because regardless of what the user sets or what we have set, this is what's going to be set here. And so knowing this, we can do some interesting things. We can essentially check if any of these parameters are not set, and we can remove that parameter. Therefore, removing or clearing the filter. Okay, so check this out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a quick check, and I'm gonna say if options param make is equal to empty, right? If it's empty, we want to remove it. I'm just gonna say options params, and then I'm gonna say remove, and then I'm gonna say make. Okay, and that's going to remove it from the list. And same thing for the other ones, right? I can do if options params model is empty, we want to remove it as well. And last but not least, if options is empty, because it's a string, remember, options params remove here. And that way it's going to clear things whenever, you know, if it's empty, right? Because it should not send an empty filter. That's gonna create a lot of problems. Okay, so now we're gonna save this, we're gonna run it, and we're gonna see how this works with real filters. In fact, I made a mistake over here. This should be removed. All right, and now we can come back over here and we can actually, you know, send these filters in. Okay, so as an example, let's say we have this list over here, we have this API call, we can edit it, and we can send the data. So let's say we're filtering by make, and we do make. But remember, we need to filter by everything. So I'm going to also include the model, and I'm going to include the year. Now, in this case, I don't have model and year, so I can't clear them here, but I can't clear them in the API call. Okay, so I'm going to say confirm. Now, it's not letting us have empty values, but what you can do is just assign it to an empty string. Okay, now we're going to be doing it programmatically, of course, but this is just to show you. Okay, so now we have this, we just have make BMW. This will not work, you know, as is. We need to do more stuff to it. Okay, so now check this out. Because we have that interceptor, that API interceptor, it should work. Okay, let's go ahead and rebuild our app. And it looks like we're getting an error. What's the error? I think I know what the error is. If we come over here, make should be equals to BMW. And by the way, we can have these equals done in the interceptors as well if we want, but it's fine to do in here. Confirm, and now it should work. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app. All right, and there's the BMW. Okay, you see how the interceptors work. All right, so let's bring it all together now, and let's have these filters work like they should. Okay, so in order to do it correctly, we need to store the filter somewhere, and that is going to be page state. Okay, so I'm going to say, and this is a string, and I'm going to say model state. This is a string, and I'm going to say year state, which is also a string. Okay, I'm going to say confirm. And so now when this is set, I'm going to do it like this. What do we have? Non-nullable. Okay, let's make it nullable. We can, yeah, this is fine. Let's make it nullable. All right. Next, we want to come here and we want to create actions, right? So I'm going to add an action, unselect it. We want to update page state, set fields, make state, because first one is make, set value to widget state, a drop down one, and we need to change the names of these drop downs, right? So this is going to be input make, input model, input year. Okay, and we don't really need to, and yeah, we can rebuild the current page because we need to get these values here. And let's do the same thing here. In fact, I can just copy this action, come over here, paste the action, and we want to change, well, we need to change everything, don't we? This is going to be a different model state, and this is going to be our widget state input model. Okay, and same thing here. We're gonna do page year state, set value. This is going to be widget state input year. Okay, so now we have the state variables, and now all we need to do is just feed them in here, right? We just need to feed them here, and obviously it's going to be done with equal dot whatever. And in fact, we can even do it. We can do it all in the interceptors, right? We can do all of this in the interceptor. So let's not do it here. Let's go ahead and do it in the interceptor. So I'm going to say page state, make state. This is not, this is model state. And this is going to be, okay. And then in the interceptors, we're just going to add this EQ, right? So if it's empty, we remove it. Otherwise, we're just going to add this EQ, right? We're going to say options params make equals to EQ dot, and we're going to say make. We're just going to prepend it, okay? So something like this, copy that because it's very, very similar. Else, this is model, and then this. Let's take a look. So Let's double check. If it's empty, we remove it. Otherwise, we prepend EQ with whatever the field is. Now, there's a couple things that we can do. Instead of doing like this, we can say is. We can do something like this as well. Or we can say also we want to make sure that it's empty or it's not set, right? So it's like null. Right, so we can do over here and we can do this or is empty, and then we can do that here. Let me copy this whole thing. If here is null or empty, make model year. Now instead of this, you want to do this. Just a quick fix here. You want to explicitly make sure that the value is not null. And so now if we run the app, by default, all the filters are cleared. And that is why we're seeing all the cars. And so if we go into make and we select BMW, now we're seeing BMW. Okay. There's no way to clear this filter. We need to add like an empty or like another option to clear it. But if we select Toyota, we get Toyota. And here I can say Camry. We still see Camry. Obviously, if I select something else, we're not going to see it because there's no matches. Camry, year, what is this, 2020, which is the year. 2015 is empty, okay? So what we now need to do is add a way to clear, and that's also should be fairly simple, okay? Let's see how we can do that. And so what I propose that we do for now is we just add an option to clear the filters. That's it. Okay, so we can just add an icon here, icon button all the way, and we can just have it clear filters, right? So the fill color, no fill color, we can have maybe a border color, but icon is going to be X. Do we have something like this? Yeah, something like this. And let's give it a color, fill color. No, not the fill color. Maybe even fill color. Maybe something like this. That doesn't look that good. Let's go ahead and fix that. Maybe give it a border color. I don't know. I don't like it. Let's do the icon color. There we go. And that's just gonna clear it, right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add an action. We're gonna open this up and we're just gonna clear all the state variables. Make state. We're gonna do reset value. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, paste it, and then paste it again. And then change, I need to, it sucks that I can't change this field. I need to start over. Okay, model state, reset, and then same thing. Oh, we just did that. Yeah, make state, what is this? This is make state, this should be model state. And then this should be year. And so when we do that, it's gonna rebuild the page and it's gonna re-get the data. So let's see how this works. It's a nice, simple way to do it, and I think this is how kind of most apps are, web apps and mobile apps, etc. So now let's see how this works. I pick BMW, I click here, it's cleared. I select a Jetta. Oh, we need to still clear this as well. We need to select, we need to clear all of these. I do this, I press that, it's cleared. Okay. And so that's how you build this amazing filtering functionality into your app. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the detail page. Okay, so this is the home page. Let's go ahead and create the detail page here. We're gonna do it here. We're gonna do it from scratch, and this is actually the car detail page because there could be many detail pages. This is the car listing. This is the car detail, and I'm just gonna say detail. Something like this. Now, what kind of information do we need? Well, we need the car picture. We need, what do we have here? We have the make and the model, right? We have, what do we have here? The year, and this is the mileage, probably. Mileage, okay. So we have that, and then we have the seller information, right? Seller email, average rating. So we need that information in a different kind of format. All right, so let's go ahead and start to get this together. So we have this column here, and let's start with a card. What we can do is we can have the image right up on top, right? Just to kind of start with, we can have the image. I'm just going to wrap it in a card. I'm going to put the image here because the card just makes things a little bit nicer, right? You have the elevation here. You know, you can kind of add a little bit of cool effects. Now, let's see what we can do. So this column here, as you can see, it's only taking up a little bit of the space here, okay? And that is because A column basically expands, you know, for the like as much as it needs. And so one thing that you can do if you want to have it a different way is you can put a row, and then this way it's going to expand this way, right? So if I expand it like this, and that way I can take this card and I can expand it all the way if I want, right? Because I have this expansion in a widget that's a child of a row. Okay, so that's kind of one way we can do it. And then we have this image here. We don't have car images just yet. That is something that we're going to add a little bit later, but this is the car image. So I can add this car image, something like this. Next, what do we want to display? Well, let's come back here. I want to display basically car information. We're not going to be displaying the seller stuff or transactions or any of that stuff. I want to display the car information here. Okay, so we have the make and the model, mileage and the year. So let's go ahead and add another row, and then we can add maybe another card, and then inside the card we can have, you know, the information, right? So let's go ahead and you can do this text here. First, I like to do the padding, right? That just makes things a little bit cleaner, because without the padding it just doesn't look as good. I like to start off with 10 and just see how that works. Okay, so now we have this here, and what do we want to display? Okay, let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so in fact, I think this padding, this row, we probably maybe 5, and then I can have maybe 5 padding on the image. Maybe more, actually. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe 10 on the image. Okay, that looks good. And then there's a little bit of padding on the card. No, there's no padding on the card. So let's go ahead and remove padding here as well. Okay, so something like this. That looks nice. You want it to be consistent. And so this is going to have the make and the model. Okay, and before we actually can display it, we need to pass the information as a parameter. And so this card here, what are we listing? Where we have this car item. So that is exactly what we need to pass, because we're getting it from an API call. And so that is exactly what we need to pass. So that way we can have that information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a way to pass it. We're going to do navigate here, navigate to card detail, and we want to pass a parameter. And so what do we want to pass? Well, this is going to be a JSON parameter, right? Because we're essentially passing raw data from an API call. So I'm just going to say card detail here. I'm going to say confirm, and now we can just pass it here. And so I'm going to select it here, and I'm just going to say car item, because that is the raw data that we're passing and getting. And now we can just reference it. So here I'm just going to say combine text, make model, and here I'm just going to say JSON path make. And in fact, I want to copy it, and I'm going to have a space here, paste this. This is model. All right, so this is our make model, and it's going to be like this. And this text here, right? So this card, it does not have constraints, right? So we need to constrain it. So I'm going to expand it like this. You can also expand it like this if you want. In fact, I think this is going to look nicer. And so this way, text is going to go all the way, right? Because there's a constraint on the card. Okay, and that way it's gonna be nice with the text there. Okay, and so that's gonna have the make and model. Next, I'm gonna duplicate this, and I'm gonna do the same with the year and mileage. Okay, so I already have this data, I already have this set up, and let's go ahead and put mileage first. Let's go ahead and well, here what you want to do is you want to convert it right to an integer, and that way you can format it. But we're gonna do that in a second, and then a year here. Okay, so something like this, and maybe make it 16. Okay, so a little bit smaller. So we have make model, and then we have the mileage and the year. And then below that, we can have the seller information. Okay, so like, what's up with the seller, right? Is this a new seller? Are they trustworthy? And then maybe reviews, but you don't want to have it on the card detail. You want it to be on the seller detail, right? So that's a separate page. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this seller information. So we're gonna come over here. In fact, we can just copy all of this. Come back over here, and okay, so now we have the seller email, and we just need to make sure that we're getting it from the right place. So we're gonna get it from a parameter. We're gonna do JSON path, and I'm gonna say seller email. Remember, we're getting a view. right? We have a view, and that makes it super easy. And so this is going to be JSON path, average rating, and number of reviews. All right, there we have it. Okay, so that's gonna give us a little bit of seller information, and I don't want to give too much information. One thing that I want to do is I want to have some kind of a rating, whether the price is right. Like you see this on some sites where they basically compare the price to the market value, and they say this is good, this is not good, compare as relatively compared to the market value. So maybe that is something that we're gonna do, but I don't want to have like seller reviews on here, because this is just car information, right? The focus is the car. And while we're here, let's go ahead and add a back button. You do that by this, and now we have this back button here. That way we can go back, and it looks pretty clean to me. Let's go ahead and run our app and see how it looks. All right, so here we are. And now if you click on it, we can see information. So as you can see, everything is correct. We have the make, model, we have the mileage, the year. We need to convert this to an integer because JSON does not know the type. And then we have some seller information here. So ideally, you'll be able to click on this and it's going to go into the seller detail page, where you'll be able to see seller information, because this is all about the car. And so let's go ahead and do a couple of things. First, I want to convert this here into a mileage, into an integer, so that way we can format it. Okay, how do we do that? Well, we first need to capture it, and then we're going to be using a code expression, and so that way we pass it. We pass this here, and as you can see, it's a string here. And so we need to take that string and we need to convert it to an integer, right? So I'm going to say var1, I think it's parsed int, if I'm not mistaken. It's not parsed int. Let me see. It's not. Is it 2int? Let me see. Let me go ahead and look it up. How we're doing it, let's check how we're doing it on the main page, because it's okay if you don't remember these things. You can always look them up later. So if you come over here, int parse, that is the way to do it. Okay, I was close, not close enough. Okay, so we have this mileage. I'm gonna go ahead and come over here, code expression, gonna get our argument, and now what we can do is we can say var. In fact, just paste that, and that's it, and that should work. In parse, no? What's the return type there? Return type is an int. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that works. So now, once we have this, you hit confirm, and so now, if you scroll down, you have all of these options, which you didn't have before. And so what I want to do is I want to do a custom, actually, what do I want to do? Decimal, and decimal type, I'm going to do automatic. So now the mileage is going to be displayed correctly. So now if you go back, it should be displayed. Okay, if we click here, you see now it's formatted correctly. We need to do a couple of other things here. This is miles in year. Where's the price? All right, do we have the price? We go over here. We don't have the price. All right, so we're gonna go into table editor, car listing. Let me take a look. And we have the price. We're just not displaying it. So that is a big one, right? We want to display the price. And so if we go back here, we can display it here as well. Where do we want to display it? Let's take a look. We are here. Let's display it on this line. We'll see. Let's go ahead and here. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. And I'm going to add a little bit of padding. The right, I think it's 10, and here I'm going to display the price. And in fact, we have this formatting, which is perfect because we want to format the price, and now we're going to format it as a currency, right? Display as currency. So that has the price, and now if you go to car detail, we have the price. We can display the price as well. I'm going to do this. I'm going to copy this one because it's gonna save us lots of time. Paste this is gonna be the price, and that's it. We're just parsing it. We need to format it. Display as currency, confirm. Okay, let's try this out. All right, there we are. And as you can see, it's formatting it with the $sign, but it's not. We lost that other formatting, right? We click over here. There it is. Maybe, I don't know. It probably should be somewhere else. Maybe here or maybe here. Maybe here, but we need that format, and we want to get that formatting back. So we're going to go back to this. This is what? Price. Scroll down, and number format. You want to make sure that decimal and displays currency. Okay, that's going to do it. Okay, and same thing here. Decimal displays currency. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app. All right. There we are. And as you can see now, we have the decimal, we have the commas, the separation. We click over here, we have the price. So we need to fix it up, make it a little bit nicer, but at least this is kind of the information that we want to see at this point. All right. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to configure authentication, right? We need to have authentication here working for this app to kind of come together. So I'm going to come over here, I'm going to go into authentication. I'm going to enable it. We're going to be doing Supabase. And now what we need is an entry page and a logged in page. So the entry page is going to be the page that the user sees if they're not logged in. So this is going to be our login sign up. Okay. And then the logged in page is easy. This is just going to be home here. Okay. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go ahead and add a new page. We're going to come over here and we're going to select the page. You can do it from scratch if you want, but I think it's a lot easier to use one of these templates here. So let's see, which template do we want to use? How about this one right here? That is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to say this is login. All right. And here we are. And so I'm going to go ahead and remove these ones here because we're not going to be doing third-party auth. Okay. And going to come in here, remove this one here as well. All right. And what do we have? Okay. So yeah, we need to specify this login page here. And now this is the page that, people are going to be seeing when they're not logged in. Okay, so here I need to actually rename this. So I'm just going to put it Car Trader. That is our app. And let's go ahead and test it out. And before we actually test it out, let's go ahead and see if we actually have the accounts. And so if we go over here, we have at least one account, but actually we have a bunch of users here, right? So actually, no, this is the only user we have. Oh, no, I have it filtered. Always check the filter. Okay, so we should have 3 users here. Okay, so we have Rob, James, and Nick. And so we should be able to log in using one of these accounts. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this app and try to log in as James. Okay, let's go ahead and run this app. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in as myself. And there we are, and we are logged in. And now the app knows who the user is, and it can take appropriate action. If we have favorites, if we are doing chat, if we are doing anything else, the app is going to know. Okay, and in fact, if you take a look at this debug panel here, you can see here is the user information, right? We have the is user logged in as true, current user email, user ID, etc., etc., etc. So it is all there. And now we can continue building this app. Now, along with this login page, we also need some kind of a settings logout page that the user can go to and see their account status and maybe even log out of the app, because they won't be able to do that without this specific page. And I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to click here and we're going to go into settings, and we can use a page here to do just that. So how about this one right here? Something like this looks kind of cool. And this is going to be our profile page. Okay. Now we do need to kind of fix it up. We're going to do that later. Right now, I just want to make sure that this logout works. Okay, so let's see. Click here, or yeah, I think this is what we want to do. We want to make sure that if they click here, what is this? This is just a text. Yeah. If they click here, this is going to be a logout action. So I'm just going to say log, and we're going to select logout there. Okay, that's going to log them out. Another thing we need to do is we need to make sure this page is visible, because if they're on the home page, they can't access it. And for that, we need to create a nav bar. I'm going to go in here, create a nav bar, and then enable it on the pages, right? So it's going to be here, home, and profile. That is the only 2 pages right now that need a nav bar. Now, for this profile page, I'm going to change the icon, and I'm going to use something like a user, something like this. I think this looks really cool. And now, when we run our app, the user will be able to log in and also log out if they choose. All right, here we are. Let's go ahead and log in. Okay, and now we have this option to log out. Right, so if you click out here, it logs them out, which is exactly what we want. All right, and so this gives us authentication, login, as well as log out. Later on, we'll also modify some of these things so that they are better customized to our app. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is the map view. So here we have the list view, which is nice, but I think it would be also kind of cool to show these on a map. Okay, so you have these cars here. They're going to be shown like, let's say, New York or Miami, so that you can see exactly where they are. Now, if we take a look at our Supabase here, you can see that in this public schema here, you can see that we have cars, but we also have profiles, right? And a profile can be a seller or a buyer. But nevertheless, each car is linked to a seller ID. And so when it comes to storing the location, we're not going to be storing it on a car level. We're going to be obviously storing it on the seller level. Okay. And so for that, I'm going to jump in here, come into profiles, and I'm going to think about creating some kind of a field that will help me store the location. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go ahead and create a location field. Okay, I'm going to call it location. Now for the location, how do we want to store it? Well, there's lots of way of doing it, but the simplest way is to just store the coordinates. So like latitude and longitude. Okay, we can just store it as an array of these data types. Okay, so if you come over here, you can see that we have this column types. We have these various data types. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say numeric, and I'm going to define it as an array, because there's going to be two elements, right? It's not just one. So if you have at least two, it needs to be as an array. Okay, and that's it. We're going to go ahead and do that. Next, I went ahead and asked ChatGPT to generate 5 random location points in New York City. Okay, and this is what it came up with. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to place them for each of the sellers. We don't even need 5 points. I think 3 is going to suffice as of now. So we're going to take this one right here, copy it, come that, and paste it like this. Okay, as an array with these square brackets. Take the second point, paste it in here, take this point right here. So now we have these points here, which means that we can eventually place them on the map. Okay, and before we are able to actually build the app, we need to make sure that it's part of this cart listing, right? Because if we go over here, this is a view, remember, and what we need to do is we need to pull up the location from the seller that's selling this car. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna be modifying the this view here. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is I'm actually gonna be using an assistant. And so I'm going to say alter the car listing view and add by adding a new field called car location that displays the location from the car state, from the profile state. Okay, let's see if that works. And there it is. It's going ahead and generating this P location, which is our car location. And it's also, yeah, it's displaying it. So we're going to put that in there. Create a replace view car listing, and we're gonna run it, and success. And now if we go back here, car listing, we go all the way back, we see the locations for the sellers, right? So if it's the same seller for multiple cars, you're gonna be seeing the same location. Okay, so now we have our backend completed. We can start working on the UI. Now, the first thing that you want to do in the UI is you want to refresh your Supabase. You want to do get schema here. And so that way you see this location here and also car location here. Okay, so that is done. And now let's think about how our UI is going to work. Okay, so there's a couple of ways to do it. We can have it as a separate page. Okay, just displaying them. Or we can have it in this page. And so what I propose is just making a separate page. I think that's going to be, that might be a little bit more interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to say map view. Okay, and now instead of this list view, right, we have this list view here. We are going to be displaying the map. Before we do that, we want to make sure that we get this query, right? Because this is going to be important for us. Okay, even though we don't have a list view anymore, we want to make sure that we have this query. Okay, because for this query here, we have this API call, but we also have this one. So I'm going to copy this variable. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. And now what I can do is I can add a map view. And so if you type map, you have various maps over here. So here you have a Google map, you have a static map. I'm just going to use Google map because that's going to work really, really nicely. And now Google Map is telling us this page can't load Google Maps. So we need to get an API key. So we're going to set that up right now. And in fact, you're also being told to do it here. So we're going to do that in a second. But before I do that, what do I want to do is I want to see how this is configured, right? So as you can see, you feed it a markers, right? So if you select multiple markers, you need to feed it in here. In fact, marker type, we're going to set to lat long. And here it wants a list of lat longs. And how does it get this list? Well, it gets it from the list of these places, right? Like, you know, it gets it as an API call. So what I want to do is we can have a query here, right? We can have a query here. So for instance, I can just do an API call, get cars, and you can actually specify the variables here, right? From this. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here. I'm going to come here and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say copy, and then I'm going to go back to this map view, come over here. In fact, I can just do paste back in query. Okay, and this thing needs make state. So we need to set up these parameters. So if I go back, page state variables, right? So as you can see, this thing has make state, make model state, and year state, right? So if we take a look, in fact, we duplicated it. We should have it. We should have it. And we do have, that's good. Let's take a look and see what's happening here. Paste back in query. There we have it. Okay, so we just need to set it because it basically reset it, model state, and this is year state. All right. So now this is going to execute the API call to get the specific items that we're looking at, right? The specific cars here.
Now, I really hope that you are enjoying this video tutorial so far. It took me a long time to, plan this app and, start building it and finally get it out to you guys. It's a long project. It takes a lot of time out of you. And plus, I have to do other videos. I have other things going on, and so it's a long project, but it's finally out, it's finally here, and I'm more than certain that it's going to help a lot of you in some way, shape, or form. Now, if you're serious about no code, if you're serious about building apps, if you want to build apps the least hassle way, where you can just take your idea and transform it into a prototype, and you want to get it out, then you can iterate, right? Making it better, making it nicer, making it more user-friendly, and finally, before you know it, you have a real production-ready app. Then really the best option for you right now is FlutterFlow with Supabase. That is why I create lots and lots of FlutterFlow videos. I really like the product. I think it's the best option for most people out there. And the best way to learn FlutterFlow, in my opinion, as well as Supabase, is by joining Mastering FlutterFlow as well as Mastering Supabase, my two flagship trainings that teach you everything that you need to know about FlutterFlow as well as Supabase. So when you join Mastering FlutterFlow, you are going to learn FlutterFlow step by step in easily digestible video modules that teach you just the things that you need to know without wasting your time with the things that you do not need to know. And you're going to be part of our amazing private community where you can always ask questions, you can always get support, whether it's about the actual training, or if it's about an app that you're building. We're always there. We have an awesome community. I am there. We're going to try to help you out. And the same thing when it comes to Supabase. Supabase is the best backend when it comes to building your app. But Supabase is fairly complicated. It's fairly complex. And if you make mistakes in the way that you create your backend, if in a way that you create your schemas and store your data, it's going to get a little tricky to change it down the road. And so it's important to get it right the first time. And that is why you definitely need to check out Mastering Supabase, which is my Supabase training. And just like Mastering FlutterFlow, it comes with easily digestible video modules that teach you just the things that you need to know without wasting your time on things that you do not need to know. And so if you're serious about building a backend with Supabase, then definitely check out Mastering Supabase, which is my amazing flagship training. And so do check out Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase via the links in the description below the video. And I really hope to see you inside of our private community.
Next, I want to get my API keys because I'm getting an error here, which means I need to get my API keys. And so you want to go to console.cloud.google.com, log in with your account. And so we're going to click here. We're going to go into credentials and we're going to create the credential API key. And here's my API key. And because I have all the services available, I can use this key. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. I'm just going to put this here. Okay, so now I have all these keys set up, and because this specific key is unrestricted, I can use it with all kinds of platforms. So I'm going to go ahead and copy it, and paste it here, and those errors go away. We still have one error here, which is because we haven't set up the markers here. Now, in order to get this to work, you have to understand what's happening here. So this thing expects a list of lat longs, right? So if you hover over here, you can see the list of lat longs that I used to set the markers. Okay, so if you click over here, it wants a list of lat longs. And so what we need to do is we need to do a little bit of custom code. Okay, so I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say custom function. I'm going to create a custom function, and the return value is going to be exactly that. It's going to be a list of lat long, right? So we're going to say a list, which is what the function expects. And the arguments we're getting, well, we're going to be getting the JSON, right? The JSON response, and then we're going to parse it and get just the lat longs, and then we're going to return them. Okay, so I'm going to say this is our JSON response. Okay, and you want to select JSON here, and then let's give it a name. Okay, so get lat longs. Okay, and now we need to actually write the code here, and we can actually use CodePilot for this, right? We can come in here and say return a list of lat longs from a JSON response that's a list of objects where each object has a key. I think it's called car location, which is an array of two numbers, lat long. Okay, let's see if it's able to do it. Okay, so this is what it came up with. Okay, so it's giving us a list. It's getting us this, and it's almost right. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. We might need to modify. So let me double check. Is it car location? Let me go ahead and double check. It is car location. Okay, so that is good. The issue that we have is I don't think it's data, right? So I'm just going to save it for now. So we have something. I'm going to send the response right there. And here, no further changes, just the JSON body. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into API calls, and I'm going to duplicate this API call so that I can easily test it out, right? So I have my copy of this API call, and now I can go and remove all of these parameters, right? Because remember, we have a specific kind of function that runs that does all of that. So for testing here, we can't really use those parameters. So I'm going to delete all of them here. And now I can just test out this API call. So I'm going to say test API call. And you see how we get a list, right? We get a list of these, and this is what we're trying to parse out, right? So data is not going to work, right? This is kind of what we have. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to paste it into my app called JSON Viewer so that I have it open over here, okay? And so now what we need to do, we need to come back, we need to come over here, and we need to make a couple of changes, right? So it says JSON response data, but we don't have data, right? All it is in fact it's just JSON response, right? So here what we want to do is we want to make sure that the argument is a list, right? Because this is actually a list, it's not nullable, and that way we have a list. And so now what we can do is we can say for item in JSON response, because that's what we're dealing with, just this thing right here, and then we can do car location, item car location, which is these item, right? So this thing over here, item in JSON response, it goes through these items, right? So we have the first item, the second item, and the third item, because we're getting a list back, right? And so for each item, we're going to car location, and the first one is latitude, the second one is longitude. This is exactly what it is. And this is exactly what it should do. Okay, so we have this set up. Hopefully it will work correctly. Let's see, do we have any issues? Custom functions. Let's go ahead and compile this. Okay, it compiles perfectly. And now we can run our app and let's see if it works. Let's go ahead and start a new session right here. All right, here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in. And there we are. And we forgot the icon. So if you click over here, we get an issue, okay? Instance of JS array is a type is not a subtype of list double. Okay, so there's a small issue there and we need to fix it, okay? Because what's happening here is that we have a list dynamic, but it's treating it as a list double. So we're gonna go ahead and fix it. But before we do that, let me go ahead and fix this icon because it's driving me crazy. Is there maps? Perfect. And let's rearrange it. This thing here, I'll have it after the home view. And so now let's take a look at this issue again. So it's telling us that there's some issue with subtyping. So let me go ahead and see if we can fix it. So yeah, it needs to convert it, right? Because what's happening here is, remember, we have this JSON, right? And all of this data is undetermined. Like this is not typed, right? There are no types here. And so it doesn't know what it is, right? It doesn't know that this is double. So what we need to do is we need to convert this into double. All right, so I went ahead and fixed up this function to make sure that, you know, every single one of these points, right, these 2 points are correctly being converted into double, okay, because it's a list of doubles, okay. And so here's our new app, and if you click over here, you can see that the map is showing up correctly. It's just it's centered on some Caribbean, Barbados, right? Caribbean island. So if you go over here, it should have some points in New York because I asked for like 5 random points in New York City. Okay, so we have one in Manhattan and a couple here in Queens. All right, and that's how you have this map view. Okay, the only thing we need is we need to center it somewhere. Okay, so we probably want to center it on New York. Because we have these points in New York. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to do just that. So I'm going to come over here, and thankfully it's very easy to center, right? You can do it from a variable, or you can do it manually. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to center it. So I'm going to take this point right here and just center it on that point. What do we have? This one, this is our latitude, and this is our longitude. Okay, and so now it is centered somewhere in New York City, and we're also going to zoom out. Okay, so something like this. And so depending on the kind of app that you're going to be building, if it's a local based app or more of a kind of countrywide based app, you may want to zoom out more, right? So if it's a region, you want to do that, or you want to do this. So let's go ahead and run our app, and we should see the points right away. All right, come over here, and we see the 3 cars right here. You know, when the app loads, they're visible. Now, you can also filter everything here, right? It works exactly the same as the first view. So if I come over here, I want to see BMW. Well, guess what? I'm only going to see BMW, right? Because this is our BMW, okay? If I want to clear everything, guess what? Now we see everything, right? If I want to see just the Camry, well, there's the Camry. If I want to see just the M3, there's the M3. If I want to see the Jetta, there's the Jetta, okay? It's all there, right? And I can clear all that, and it's back to all of them, right? So it works exactly the same as this one, except this is a map view, whereas this one is a list view. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the favorites capability. And the way it's going to work is it's going to have another page here with a tab here that the user can click on, and they can see all their saved favorites. Now, remember, when we were setting up our Supabase, we've configured a favorites table here. Okay, and the way that we're going to be saving these favorites is going to be using this kind of structure, right? So we have the buyer ID and the car ID, right? So it's a simple many-to-many relationship, okay? And if you're not clear as to how relationships work and when you need to use which relationship, definitely check out my training called Mastering Supabase. It's going to explain to you everything that you need to know, okay? So we have this configured. So now we can attempt to do this in the UI, right? So let's go ahead and start by not creating a brand new page, but by duplicating a home page. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this home page and I'm going to call it favorites. Okay, so now we have this favorites. I'm going to rename this, and now I have my favorites, and obviously it's going to get its data not from an API call, but from a different view. And so we're not going to be doing any filtering or any of that. So I'm going to delete that. Okay, so we have our favorites. I also want to set it up correctly. Home, map your profile. I always want profile to be last. So let's go ahead and put favorites just before that. And so this is our favorites. Now we are not yet ready to get the data, because we will need to create a view to get all our data, right? Because this table just has the buyer ID and the car ID. If we want to display the actual car and all of that stuff, we need to create a separate view, which we're going to do in just a second. But for now, I'm just going to remove this, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so that way there's no issues. Okay, so we do have some issues because we have a parameter there. Okay, so if you click over here, it has a navigation. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this navigation for now because, well, it's not needed, right? These are just favorites, and I'm gonna go ahead and see. So yeah, we have a lot of issues with this, but that's okay. We're gonna fix that later. Okay. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to go back to home, and when something happens, I want this to be favored. Right. And the question is, what do we want to happen? Well, we can have a button, we can have all kinds of interesting things, but with FlutterFlow 5.0, we have access to a lot of interesting triggers, right? So if you click on this trigger, we open this up. We have this untapped trigger that was available for a long time. But now we have things like long press. We have shortcuts. We have a lot of interesting, we have double tap, right? We have force press. We have lots of interesting things. So what I propose is using this long press here, okay, to set up, to essentially mark something as favorite, okay? And so once the user does a long press, we're going to execute this. We're going to set it up as a favorite. And so we're going to come over here. And what we're going to do is we are going to create a record in this table here. Okay. Or what we are going to do is we are going to remove the record in this table, depending on if it has already been favorited or not. So I'm going to start off with adding a record, and then we'll add a condition later on. So in order to create this record, we need a buyer ID and a car ID, right? So I'm going to type Supabase. I'm going to say insert row. I'm going to select the table. What is the table? Favorites, right? And now I need to add all of these fields, and these first two fields are automatic. Okay, so we don't need to worry about them. And the buyer ID is our authenticated user ID. That is the user that's using the app, and the car ID is the actual car. Okay, so I'm going to click here. And I'm going to type auth user, select user ID, and then the car ID. What's the car ID? Well, the car ID is this car item, right? And remember, this is an API call. So what we need to do is we need to do JSON path, and we need to get the actual path. So I'm going to go over here. We have this car listing, and I'm not sure. Yeah, we have car ID. So in this car listing, this view, you see, this is a view. We have this car ID. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say car ID. Okay, so now we are actually inserting a record here. Okay, so if we come over here to favorites, we are basically going to be inserting a record. Okay, and at this point, the user has favorited that specific car. So let's go ahead and test this out. Let's go over here. So we have this trigger over here, right? We have this long press and untap. And in order for us to test the app, we need to fix all of this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to temporarily, I'm going to remove all this. Okay, we'll get it working later, right? I'm going to remove all this so that we can test it out, because I like to keep testing as I go. I don't want to do a lot of coding. I don't want to, spend a lot of time building my app and then realize that I did do something correctly a while ago. Okay, so we have this here. We have this favorite. It's not going to display anything, but we're just testing if there's going to be a record connected there, a record created. All right. Let's go ahead and run our app and see if it works. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in. All right, here we go. We're logged in. We see our cars. Now, if I long click on it, it should create the record. Okay, so if we come over here, There's the record. You see that? There's the record. And obviously, if I long click again, long press again, it's going to create another record. So we don't want it to create multiple records. Okay. And so what we want to do is we want to see if there is already a record created. And if it is, then we want to delete this record because we're essentially removing this item from favorites. But right now it works as expected. Okay. So I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to add a little bit more logic, right? I'm going to go to home, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go on this long press. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a conditional and I'm going to put it first. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another action to get the possible data, right? To check if that record exists even, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to type Supabase query rows. I'm going to go into favorites and I'm going to create a filter, right? I'm going to say that car ID is equal to whatever the car is, right? Because both of these need to be true, right? So we have JSON path car ID equal to, and then I'm going to add another filter, and this is going to be the buyer ID, which is the authenticated buyer, user ID. Okay, so that is our filter. And we also want to make sure that we get the data, right? So let's say rows exist, right? And typically you're going to have one row. And here I can check. I can say, well, condition, what we can do is we can have a condition and we can say output action. And this is a list of rows, right? So all we need to do is, if number of items is greater than 0. And so if this is true, that means that there's a record already existing. So we should not execute it again. In fact, what we can do is we can delete it, right? So I'm going to cut this one. This one is going to come in here and I'm going to create another one, type Supabase, and I'm going to say delete row. Okay. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to go into favorites, and I don't really care about matching rows. I just need to match the rows, and I'm going to create the same filter. Buyer ID is equal to auth user. And then I'm going to add another one. Car ID is equal to that car. Okay, and there we have it. So we have a check here. Okay, we're gonna get this output. Rows exist, or we can just call it matching rows. And here we're gonna check, oh, does this exist already? Did the user create this favorite already? If so, we want to delete it. Otherwise, we want to insert a new one. Okay, that is the way you do it. And another thing that I want to do is I want to add a little bit of debugging information. Okay, so I want to make sure that it does the right thing. So I'm going to add an action and I'm going to say snack bar, and I'm going to say something like, and then I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. I'm going to copy this action, paste it right here, and I'm going to say favorite create, because if it exists, it should delete it. And that way we can see, what's happening. Okay, we can see what's going on. Let's go ahead and try this out. All right, here we are. Let's take a look at what's happening. We have this record here. Let's see what's going on. So it doesn't appear anything is happening. So if I hold it here, okay, so it looks like it's creating new records. Yeah, it looks like it's working. It is creating new records. All right, so here's our app. So if I long click here, it says favorite created. Okay, and I actually have some more data because I was clicking on it a few times. So we did create another one, but if I click on this again, favorite exists and it should delete the record. You saw it deleted that record that was just created. And so if I click on this Jetta, favorite exists and it should delete the record because I basically deleted that favorite. I do this BMW, favorite exists, and it's going to go ahead and delete that as well. Okay, so that works as expected. That works really, really nicely. The only thing I want to do is maybe display that this is a favorite, a saved favorite, but maybe we don't really need that because we're going to be displaying them here. Excuse me, here, right? We're going to be displaying them here anyway. And that is the next thing that I want to do. And so now that we have this working, and in fact, let's go ahead and add a favorite created. Now we should see it here. Let's go ahead and create a view that will display all the necessary stuff here. And as you can see, this is really interesting here, right? You see the overflow, right? Because we've deleted all of that. We've removed the constraints, and now we have an overflow. We'll fix that as well. This is something that I talked about in the initial parts of the video. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new view that will let us populate this favorite view. Well, we basically need to display, basically get the data from favorites, filter by the buyer ID, right? So we're going to be filtering by the buyer ID, but we need this car ID to kind of expand. That is what we need to do, right? So basically, we can, we can get the data right now, but we're just going to be getting the car ID. We need to get this car ID needs to expand and display the actual car details. And so this is going to be really easy. So I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to ask our trusty assistant here. So I'm going to say create a new view, and I'm going to say car, or I'm going to say favorites that displays all the car details joined from the car ID. And that way, inside of our app over here, we can simply filter by the user ID and we'll get everything, okay? Also, make sure the viewer has the buy right, okay? And let's see what happens. And this is really easy because we're basically joining it on the favorites table and the cars table, and then we display everything that we need to have. So I'm gonna go in here. Let's go ahead and, in fact, create a new snippet. I'm gonna go ahead and paste that there. Execute it. Success, no rows. And now if we go back to our tables, we have this view. And one thing that I like to do is I like to sort by entity type. That way I can see the view separately from the table. So if I go to this favorites view, I see the car ID, but I also have all of this other information, right, that I can display. And later on, we can add more information. I need to refresh our schema, Supabase query. I can do favorites view, but we need to filter it. We need to filter it by the buyer ID, who is the authenticated user, because we can't display all the favorites from everybody, right? And so this is going to be auth user ID, and we're creating a backend query, and now we can display what we need to display. So I think this was make and model, so we can do combined text. In fact, you can even write, because we are pulling this favorites view, make, and we can do model, and we can add a space. All right, that's what we have. And this has a constraint. This one did not have a constraint. You see, this needs to have a constraint. And so what we need to do is, like we did previously, you want to combine your text into one text widget. Or what you can do is you can set them up like this. Like, for instance, you can have this one flex factor of 2, of 1, of 2, of 3, whatever you want. But I think the easiest approach is by simply merging all of these, right? What do we did on the home page? Let me check the home page. The home page, did we do anything? No, we didn't do anything. So that is something we need to fix, right? On the home page, we need to fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this correctly here. Favorites, and I'm just gonna have one of these, and I'm gonna combine it. Okay, and in fact, I'm gonna remove the padding because we don't really need the padding. And what are we doing? We are doing I'm gonna copy this because we're gonna need this. What are we getting? We're getting price, mileage, year. Okay, so remember that, price, mileage, year. So I'm gonna say combine. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say price, and I'm gonna say mileage, and I'm gonna say year. And I'm gonna give it a little bit of spacing by like a white space. And what's the last one? The last one, can we just copy it? Of course we can. Seller email, number of reviews. Yeah, we can do that. Copy that, come back over here, and we need to get the seller email. So you just type that, there's seller email, average rating. We don't have average rating. We don't need average rating, right? Because it's, maybe we do. I don't know. Maybe we do. Let's go ahead and add an average rating as well, because it's a favorite, right? The user may want to consult and see what the average rating is. Okay, so let's go ahead and change this, modify this view to add an average rating for the seller. And what else do we need? Number of reviews, and the number of reviews for the seller. See if that works. Looks good to me. Let's go ahead, accept this. Favorites view, let's go ahead and run it. Yep, it ran fine. Let's go back and let's go refresh it. Supabase, get schema, and now if you go into our favorites view, we should have seller average, seller number of reviews. Go back here, seller email, average rating, and number of reviews. Views are awesome. Views are really, really nice. And typically in an ideal scenario, you want to have a view per, like this kind of view for this kind of view, because that's typically what's going to happen. You're going to be displaying all kinds of different data that can only be shown with a view. Okay, what do we have? Custom functions. Let's go ahead and should be no issues. Come back over here. And now we should have favorites working. But before we do that, I want to change the icon because it has that home icon. So favorite, yeah, the heart, right? So something like this, like this. Yeah, looks good. All right, let's go ahead and try this out. Do we have any favorites right now? I think, did we delete everything? No, we have one record here, and obviously this is car ID. This is this Toyota Camry. Okay, let's go ahead and run our app and see if what's happening here. All right, here we are. Let's jump into our favorites, and there it is. Toyota Camry. I mean, it has all the data, but it's not formatting. And we'll fix that. We'll fix that in a second. But this is exactly what we see here, except, yeah, we need to fix this. And so now if I unfavorite, right, I do this, favorite exists, we come back over here, there's no favorites. And so what we need to do is we need to display some message telling the user, hey, you better start to favorite stuff because there's no favorites, okay? And you can easily do this with your list view. You have this empty list widget, right? So we can show an empty list widget that could be either an image or a component. We're going to do that with a component. And so I'm going to create another component. And before that, I'm going to create a folder name because we're going to have a bunch of components. And let me add a component here. So let's do this. And I think I've seen some consent views or some template that is very similar to what we're looking for. Maybe if we type empty, all components. Okay, just keep it simple. Empty favorites, or just do favorites. And so now there it is. And this should be a favorite icon. Maybe we can center this. You don't have any favorites. Save. Go ahead and time to start. Okay, so something like this, and looks good. Looks good to me. Maybe add a container and have this container have a background color. Let's see, where's this fill color? Can have a white. Okay, that looks good. And yeah, looks good to me. Let's go ahead and put it in here. Okay, and we can even center the component if you want. We can view it and we can center it. Okay, and so that looks nice, but there's some issues, right? We probably want it to be like this, right? Or, well, we need to do a lot of things. We need some padding around the column. Let's try this. So, and let's do a little bit of maybe some padding here. It has 4. Let's do 20, something like this. Let's see how this looks. Okay, a little bit better. We can always display it with a fixed width if that's what we want. Let's come back over here. See, we can give it a fixed width. Not a width, fixed height. Excuse me. Okay, that looks better. I mean, kind of looks a little bit better. Right? What do you guys think? Maybe this white background is kind of messing it up. And so what I can do is I can create another container and have it white. Or let me take a look at what we have here. Let me see. So this is a column. Let me come over here. Favorites. Let's see if we can do something else. Yeah, if we have like a max, if we have like a max height, it's gonna look a lot better. Okay, let me see if we can do that on this level, right? So if we come over here, we have this container. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna maximize the height, and that should do it. Okay, if we maximize the height, come back here. There we go. Okay, so now, so now it's taking up the whole thing, which is kind of what we want because it has a white background. But the issue is it's top aligned. Okay, so it's top aligned because of the way this list view is set up. Okay, so if we come back over here and we go to this container here, we can do this. And that's going to center. Okay, so something like this. I think this is legit. It's in the center. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of empty space. Let's go ahead and run it and see how it looks. All right, here we are. No favorites. Perfect. Come create a favorite created, and now we have that favorite. We need to make sure we sort these two because it displays it in random style. So Volkswagen. Yeah, so I want to sort this. Gonna come over here. What do we want to sort it by? We want to sort it by maybe the car name, the brand name. Let's just do that. So we have this list view. Come back over here. And this is an API call. Okay, so we need to do it in the API call. And if you recall, we're using this Interceptor here. We have an example. We should probably rename it. And it should be our car listing. I'm going to go ahead and rename that. Okay, and here we are adding the parameters because if you recall, we can't send empty parameters, which is what will happen. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say options params, and I'm going to say, what is this, order? I think it's order. And I'm going to say order is going to be, so we're basically creating this query on the fly manually. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and compile that. All right, let's go ahead and create a new session and see if this works. All right, here we are. And now we are sorting in alphabetical order, right? And we should do the same thing for the favorites, right, as well. Okay, because now it's not in alphabetical order, right? So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go into favorites. And now we're displaying this widget. So I'm going to not display it. So that way I can have my list view. And I'm going to come over here. I'm going to do an edit and I want to do ordering. So I'm going to say order by and increasing because A to Z is increasing. And now if you reload it, and now it's nicely sorted. Okay, so now let's go ahead and unfavorite this. We don't have it anymore. And I'm going to unfavorite this. We don't have it anymore. Okay. Very, very cool flow and works beautifully. Next, I want to work on the seller detail page. Okay, so when we run our app and we want to see who's selling it, right? We want to make sure that they're legit, they have good reviews, etc., etc. We're going to be clicking here and seeing a detail page. Okay, now for that, instead of starting from a brand new, blank page, I'm going to duplicate this card detail and I'm going to say seller detail. Okay. And here we can simply fill it in with seller information stuff. Okay. And how are we going to get to this page? Well, we're going to get it from home and favorites as well, right? So this bottom part here, right? If you come over here, this is all seller stuff. And so if you click here, you're going to be redirected to the sellers page. Now, what are we going to show on the sellers page? Well, on the seller detail, we're going to have the image, we're going to have the reviews, we're going to have some information about the car, stuff like that. And so all this means is that we probably need another view, okay? Because if we go into, well, we don't have sellers, right? We only have profiles. And so if we want to, show some information with reviews and everything like that, guess what? We need to have a view. And here we can, make sure, from this ID, right, we can just match this ID to reviews, because in the reviews we have the seller ID. So I'm going to jump back here. I'm going to create the new snippet and I'm going to ask it create called seller detail view that will display all seller information, including reviews, ratings, and reviews. And what else? It should to the profiles table via that ID. Let's see if this works. One thing I'm thinking about is this seller needs all the seller stuff, but also the reviews, right? Which is another table. So let's see if this works. Alrighty, there we have it. Okay, so here, this is what we're displaying, right? We're displaying the ID, seller ID, email, first name, last name, picture. We also have the average rating and the number of reviews. Now, this is great for the main kind of detail page, but for reviews, we can simply have another query that will get the review. So let's go ahead and create the seller detail view. Okay, it is done. Let's go ahead and refresh our schema. Okay, come back here. And now this is going to say seller detail. And we can simply look up the information, right? So if we come to home, right, we only have this. And what do we have? We have seller email, average rating, and number of reviews. But what we can do is we can simply look it up. We just need the seller ID, okay? So when they click here, we're going to have a navigational flow, navigation to seller detail, and we're going to pass not the car detail, right? We're going to pass the seller ID. This is going to be an integer. It's going to be required. And then we can simply pass the seller ID and we can get it from this car item, right? I believe it's just seller ID if I'm not mistaken. Okay, now we're going to come to the seller detail view. We have the seller ID now. So that means at the top level, we can have a nice query. Seller detail view is going to be a single row and the filter is going to be seller ID equals to parameter seller ID. Confirm. Okay, so now we have all of this stuff. So this is going to be we don't have the image. Profile picture. We do have the profile picture. Excuse me. What do we have here? We have a text combo, make and model. So what do we want to display? Well, let's display the name of the seller, right? The dealer name, the number of reviews, and the average rating. okay, or the average rating and the number of reviews. So let me show you. So we don't have the name of the dealer. So I'm just going to use first name for now. I'm going to do number of reviews. And then what I'm going to do is this number of reviews, it's going to have parentheses. And then we're going to have the average rating that we're going to be displaying with stars and stuff like that in a second. So average rating. Okay, just for now. All right. And so this is kind of our main card. And then towards the bottom, I am going to display the ratings. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to go into my column and I'm going to do a list view. And in this list view, I'm going to add a card and I'm going to display the ratings. So how are we going to be displaying the ratings? Well, typically it's going to have the name and the review. So name, the person leaving the review, or maybe the number of the rating. Let's do the rating and the review. Okay, so we're gonna have card, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a row inside the card. I'm gonna have two columns. This second column we're gonna maximize it. Third column just takes as much as it needs, and then I'm gonna add a text, and I'm gonna add a text. All right, now for this row we're gonna do a little bit of padding, and for the text, let's do a little bit of padding, and this text a little bit. All right, and I also want this card. This, yeah, maybe that's right. That's a little too much. Let's do 5. And here we're just gonna list the reviews, right? So all we can do is come back here. We can just do Supabase query. We can just do reviews, list the rows, add a filter. And what are we filtering it? We're filtering by the seller ID, and we know the seller ID because we're passing it. Okay. And so now we have our reviews. And so the first thing is going to be the default value. Let's do 0. Default value is empty. And now you're going to be seeing the reviews, right? So this list view, we also want to maximize it, right? So it takes up all the space it needs. And this is a detail page. It doesn't need the nav bar, doesn't need anything like that. And let's take a look if we actually have the reviews. We should. And indeed, we have reviews here. And here are the reviews. And this is exactly what we're going to be listing. Rating, review. That's it. Okay, so we have this. Another thing I want to do is I want to add a button that will allow people to leave a review, but I don't know if I want to do it here. That is going to be done on another page, okay? Because we're gonna have another page made up of different things that the person may have bought, and for that specific purchase they'll be able to leave a review if they haven't done so already. Okay, so we'll do that later. We have these custom functions, this single custom function that it keeps bugging me about rechecking it, so we're gonna recheck it real quick. All right, there we go. Alrighty, so now we have the seller information, we have their image, we have all of these things, we have the back button. Let's go ahead and run it and see how it looks. Let's start a new session. All right, here's the app. Let's come over here. All right, so here's the app, and if we click here, we should get the we should be redirected to the detail page. If I click here, I get an error. It says unexpected null value. So it means that we have some null values, and if we take a look at this view here, the null value that's causing it is probably the seller profile picture because it's null. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some I'm gonna go ahead and put some values so that we have at least something being displayed. Now this is read only, so we need to go into profiles and we need to place the picture URLs there. Okay. There's the profile picture is null. We can simply come over here and let's go ahead and put some pictures. So we can simply do this temporarily. Okay. All right, here we go. Now let's go ahead and reload this and hopefully it should work. All right, let's click here. Okay, it looks like we're still getting this error. Let's see what's happening. This one does not have any issues. Okay, let's take a look. User photo. Are we putting in the right photo there? Car seller profile image. Yeah, that's right. Let me take a look here. Seller ID. This is what we are passing. Yeah, we're passing the seller ID. Okay. Let me take a look and see what's happening, right? Oh, the seller ID is not being passed. That's why. The parameter is null. Why is that? Because we're not passing it. Okay. So this thing is not passing. It is passing. Okay. So it's doing something wrong because I think it should be. Let me take a look. This is our car listing. Yes, seller ID is there. Seller ID is there. Oh, interesting. What if I just pass a value? Let me just hard code it. Let's say James is the seller ID. Let's try a little trick. Ah, it's an integer, but it's not an integer. Seller ID is not an integer. Okay, that is the problem. It's a string. You see that? That is the issue. It's not an integer. So we need to go into seller detail and change this to a string. Okay, and now we can go back and now it should work. Click here and now I can do this, or I can just page. Yeah, it should work. Well, we can just do this. Okay. There we go. All right, here we are. Click here, and there we have it. Okay, so there's the image. We need to fix this image. We have this thing. We need to fix it, right? So this should have the number of reviews, and this should be converted to stars. And this should also be stars here, and then this right here. So let's go ahead and fix a couple of things here. Seller detail, come over here. And so this is a box fit, right? So what you want to do is, well, you can try something like this. You can also do something like this, but that's going to be a problem, right? You can, if you want it, you can do something like this. That's going to display the image. Okay, so for instance, if I reload it, that's going to fit it, right? You need to experiment with these ones because this one covers the whole thing. This one contains it. Okay, so let's see how this looks. Okay, click here. That's better. You know, kinda is better, right? We need to work on the UI a little bit, right? We need to make sure it looks good. Let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this. This is inside the card, and this card has this expansion. Okay, so this is gonna expand inside the card, so this is fine. One thing I want to do is I don't want to do this average rating here. Okay, I'm gonna delete that because I'm gonna add it separately, right? So what I'm gonna do is I am going to wrap this in a column, and then I'm gonna do another one, and then I'm gonna do another text. No, I meant a row. That should be a row, and then another text. Okay, and then for this text, it's not going to be text actually. It's going to be a rating. Do we have that? Where's that widget? I keep forgetting what they're called. Let's try to find it. Rating bar. Okay, so it is called rating bar. Okay, now this rating bar, what does this want? It wants a double. Okay, so we can pass it the value. Okay, and in fact, this rating bar, because it's now part of a row, we can expand it like this, make it really nice. And let's give it an initial rating, average rating. Okay, there we have it. And we're gonna do the same thing here. So instead of text, I think the rating bar is gonna be the approach. Rating bar and initial rating is gonna be this rating. Okay, now let's take a look and see what's happening here. So we have a column, we have a card in a list view, we have a row. Let's see how this looks. Okay, this looks pretty decent. This looks pretty decent. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. Okay, let's click here, and there it is. Okay, that looks better. And this is obviously going to be an average of all of them. This looks pretty nice. Something we need to do here, maybe first name and last name. But this should be the dealer's name, right? But let's go ahead and add a for completeness. Okay, so something like this. Let's see how that looks. There it is. Rob should have a space. Oh, it does. Oh, it doesn't have a space. I forgot the space. I have the text widget there, but no space. All right, here we are. Click here. Now it looks pretty clean. Okay, so that is starting to come together. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is probably one of the more important features, and that is the ability to send an offer on the car. So let's say you're viewing one of these ads. Let's say this ad right here, and you happen to like the car. Well, the idea here is you can send an offer to the seller, and the seller is either going to accept the offer or decline the offer, or maybe send a counter offer. And that way you can hopefully come to some kind of an agreement and pick up the car, right? So if we take a look at this diagram over here, you can see that we still have this chat feature set, this subsystem, right? But we also have this offer list, right? So that way the sellers can see the various offers that they have received on a particular car, and the buyers can see the various offers that they have sent to multiple cars and see the status of those offers. Okay, and there's also the transaction list that we might implement as well, which is going to list the various transactions for a car or something to that extent, right? To see what's been happening with the car. Okay, but the main one is this. And then we also need to implement the chat. And actually, this is going to work together, right? So the idea is, when you send an offer, you'll be able to chat with the seller if they reply, right? So if they reply, you'll be able to chat, okay? Because if they don't reply, maybe they're not interested in selling it, maybe the car is not available, so it would make sense. But once they reply, there's going to be a chat that's going to be available, that's going to be created so that both parties will be able to chat with each other until they finish the transaction in some capacity, okay? So let's start with this. Okay, so to get started, the first thing that we want to do is for each of these cars on the homepage, we want to have some kind of an ability for the users to actually, notify the seller that they're interested. So we can create some kind of a button here, or maybe some kind of an icon here that they can, send to the seller that they're interested. Okay, and so let's see how we can do that. Okay, and so potentially we can have maybe an icon here at the end, right? So this text here, this is a row. So what we can do is we can create an icon here, icon button, and this is perfect because this row here is, we can have this alignment. So we can do something like this, and like this, actually just spread it out. And this button can be a way to notify the seller that we're interested in this car. Okay, and so let's go ahead and adjust it. So maybe a dollar sign, money. Is it money? Maybe something like this. Contact. How about contact? Maybe write to the seller. Something like this might work. This is contact page. Let's see. Contact emergency. What is this over here? So maybe something like this. Let's see. Message. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that way we can send a message. Let's also change this background. Let's make it white, and the icon color, we'll make it black. And that looks kind of cool. Let's give it a border color. Make it black. So when they click on this, that's gonna go ahead and send the send a message, send an offer. So the idea is it's going to pop up a screen where the buyer can customize their message. They can maybe input how much they're willing to pay for the car, etc., etc. Okay, and so let's first go ahead and create a component that's gonna pop up, letting the user customize it, right? Let's see if there's something with input. Input, no, message. Okay, so yeah, this is nice. I think I like this. Let's see, send offer component. Okay, so now we have this, and the idea is you can send a message. This is gonna say send offer, and what do we want to do? We want to maybe have them, we have this row here, we have this short bio, and what I want to do, I'm going to duplicate it, and this one is going to be, in the max lines is going to be 2. In fact, it's going to be 1. All right, and we want to make sure that it is responsive. Okay, and we're going to be testing that later. We're going to be making sure that things are responsive. We're definitely going to be doing that. So the height needs to be increased. Okay, so something like this. In fact, we can even remove the height, and it's going to automatically size up, right? Because this container takes the dimensions of what's inside, right? So there's some padding happening here, which is why we have some spacing here. This row, is it this button? Yeah, this button has a bunch of padding. So 24, something like this, and that looks a lot better. All right, so now we have this node. This is going to be, okay, let's see where our, yeah, right here, price, offer, something like this. Enter your message here. All right, this is random name. I don't think we even need that. Create offer, send offer, and then fill out the fields below, and that's it. So the price is going to be the default price. We're just, this is what, this is an input field, right? So they'll be able to modify, and this is going to be the message. Okay, and that's about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a parameter. So let's see what we're going to be passing here. Home, this thing here, navigate, actually not navigate. This is going to be display bottom sheet. This is the component, send offer component, no height. We want the background color to be white, make it this white here, and we need to pass parameters. Well, let's see what we can pass. For that, it's better to go here and let's see what kind of data we have. So this list view here, well, it has all, well, it has the API call, the results of the API call, and so because we only need the price here, well, not only the price, we also need, well, let's see what we need. let's go ahead and open our offers. We need the car ID, buyer ID, price, text. Okay, so there you have it, car ID, buyer ID. So the car is gonna have the offer, right? It's not so much that the seller is gonna have the offer. Here we have the car, which is fine, because cars get offers. Sellers do not get offers, right? Well, sellers get offers indirectly, but here we need the car ID, buyer ID, which we have. That's the authenticated user, price, and the text. So what we need to pass is price and the car ID, okay, which is easy. We can simply define our parameters. Buyer ID is a string, and I meant car ID is an integer, and then we also need the price to display it, and this is also an integer. So now we can pass the parameters. What's the car ID? Well, it's right here. We have the car ID. Let's go ahead and pass the price, and the price is going to be, I think it's just going to be price, if I'm not mistaken, okay? And now let's go back to our send offer component. We have these parameters. We're going to display, initial value is going to be the price, and let's go ahead and number format it. Let's do a display as currency, okay? Okay. Oh, not custom. We want to do decimal, automatic displays currency, because that way we have that cut comma. Okay, so we have the car ID. The user is gonna write the message, and we're gonna send it. Now, another thing I want to do is I also want to pass the make and model, right? So that we can display it here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm also gonna define those parameters. Make is a string, and that way we can display it here. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do combine. This is gonna say send offer. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna display the make and the model. And we're gonna format it nicely, something like this. So that way they can see what they're sending an offer about, right? So it's gonna be in this inside of these square brackets, Toyota dash Camry, etc. So that way they can see what's happening. All right, so we have that, and now let's go ahead and make sure that it is triggered, and it should be triggered. So we have some errors there. Required parameter is not set. What is not set? Let me see. Oh, we have more parameters. Yeah, that's why. And the required parameters. So this is going to be car item. This is going to be JSON path. This is what? Make, and this is going to be model. All right. Okay, so now there's no issues, but we still have an issue that just came up, right? Rating bar widget with the current config will not function properly when generated dynamically. Okay, so what it wants us to do is it wants us to wrap it inside of a component and then generate the component dynamically. And so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say convert to component, rating bar, and it's going to automatically pass the parameters here. So now we don't have any problem. Okay. So if we come back to, what is this, reviews, a seller detail, right? All of this, well, here it's okay. And yeah, here, as you can see, it's because it's inside of a list view. And so it wants it to be dynamically generated. Whereas here, it's not dynamically generated. It's just here. But here, it's dynamically generated. So it wants it to be wrapped as a component. Alrighty. Okay. So let's see, let's just take a look at this flow real quick. We have this icon button, and I think this icon button, we probably want to move it down. We'll see. We're opening this, we're passing this. Okay, let's go ahead and run our app and see what's happening. Alrighty, let's go ahead and log in. Alrighty. Okay, so there it is. There's the icon. I don't know what you guys think. Maybe it should be in the middle. I don't know. So if I click it, you see how it pops up with the price. Now, if I click that, it disappears. Okay. If you click that, you see how it wraps, which is kind of what you want, but we need to make this a lot lower, or maybe move it to the second line. Okay. And there you have it. Okay, let's go ahead and fix that real quick. In fact, I'm gonna move it lower. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this and I'm going to change it. I'm gonna remove the padding and I'm gonna remove this. Actually, no, this is important. And we're gonna make it something like this, and then I'm gonna remove this. And now we don't need this. And I'm gonna change it to space. Okay, so that way the car is there. And that's it. So now when they press create offer, we are going to create a record in this table. So let's go ahead and do that. What does this navigate back? Interesting. It's not set to anything. Okay. It's because we're using the template. I'm like, what was that? Okay. So let's go ahead and do a Supabase query, insert row. And we also need to track if the offer is there. We need to have some logic there. But right now, I'm just gonna do this offers. Let's go ahead and get all the fields, remove these automatic fields. Car ID we have, buyer ID is the authenticated user, and this is the message, and this is gonna be widget state short bio. Okay, and actually I made a mistake here. This should not be priced as a parameter. This should be widget state. Okay. Okay. All right, and we are done now. And it's also a good idea to check whether there's an offer ready, right? In fact, what we can do is I'm gonna delete this. I'm just gonna leave this. What we can do is if there's an offer pending, then what you want to do is you want to redirect the user to the chat. If there's no offer pending, then or you want to have this dialog box pop up. Okay, and so that's one way of doing it. And so if we go home, we can set up conditional visibility on this. Another thing that we can do is we can simply disable this, right? Because there's going to be a chat opened. If we send an offer and we got a response on the offer, there's going to be a chat open automatically. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. First, let's go ahead and run this and see how this works. Go ahead and log in. All right, so let's say I want to send an offer. I click here. I want to pay, I don't know, 3,500. Okay, something like this. And I write my message. Hi, I'm interested in your car. Take 35. Send it, and it should create a row here. Okay, and there's the row. I didn't send the price. I know why the price didn't go through, because we have this dollar sign. So we need to fix that. But everything else went through. So let's go fix this issue with the dollar sign. So here, what we need to do is we need to do something else. Well, there's a couple of things that we can do. We need to display the price without the dollar sign. Okay, that's a quick way of doing it, right? And so we're gonna take this and we're gonna run it through a code expression. This is the price. Price is a string because we're passing it with a dollar sign. This is the parameter. Wait a second, let me double check something. We because it's being formatted as a price. Okay. Well, there's a couple things that we can do. What I recommend is we don't process it as a number. We simply display this dollar sign here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm not gonna display it as a currency, and we can have this dollar sign right here. So if I put this, if I wrap it in a row, and okay, so now I have this in a row. I can add another text, and then I can put the dollars, something like this. And let's see if we can align it correctly. See if we can make it bigger. Okay, that's a little bit better. Something like this. Let's see if we can align it just a little better. See this? And let's give it some padding here. And let's fix this right here. There's a content padding, that's why. Something like this. Let's see this row. Okay, so there we go. So that looks about right. Then we can do some bottom padding here. Okay, so that's the best I can do. I mean, you can remove this padding, make it even less, something like this, and you can enter the price here. And so that way the price is just going to be numbers, and that will be that would allow it to be saved. So I'm gonna delete this, and now let's go ahead and run it. All right, here we are, and if I do this, you see that is the sign right there. Now it should be saved correctly. Well, it still has this. It still has this because it's not gonna be saved, right? Because it's not a number. So what we need to do is we need to do no for. It's the best way. It's just a pure number this way. All right, here we go. And now you just have the price. Fill out the fields below, and let's say I want 10,000. Enter your message. I'm interested in the car. And actually, I'm offering more than 4,000. Now let's say I put 3,500. All right, let's see. And there we have it. Now the price is being displayed correctly. Okay, so ideally, what you want to make sure is that you filter every non-digit from this. Right? So you let them enter how they want to enter, because you can't control the user. In fact, you can, right? We can go over here, and what we can do is we can do mask, right? You can do a number, submit, not submit type. You can do a mask, or yeah, you can do a filter even, digits. Okay, so that way, look at this. Prevent typing characters that don't match the filter. So now they're forced to type only digits, which is exactly what you want. I mean, you see that with numbers online, people you know, they are forced to enter a certain type of data. Okay, so if I come over here, I cannot, I'm typing characters and they're not showing up. I'm typing columns and they're not showing up. So only the numbers. So something like this might work. Maybe you don't even need this $sign, right? I just wanted to show you how you can do it. Okay, and so I could put something else and enter my message. All right, so we have this done, right? The offer is sent. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to display the offers here, right? The various offers. And so that way the seller can communicate with the buyer. The buyer sends an offer and the seller can look at these offers and decide what to do. All right, so now I want to work on the offers component, okay? And so the idea here is that we're going to have another page that's going to display all the offers, all the communication that I may have with the seller as a buyer, and then the seller will see the offers they receive and they can reply to them, etc. And so there's lots of ways of doing it, but I think having another page, another tab is going to work perfectly in this scenario. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and create another page. And in fact, I'm just going to duplicate homepage and we're going to modify it. So this is my offers. And so the idea is, remember, we can send an offer and we see what's happening here. Now, there's one more thing that I wanted to do because I want to know the status of the offer. Okay, so is this like, did we just send, you know, as a buyer, did we just send, you know, an initial offer and we're waiting, or is this an active offer, right? We're communicating with the buyer, with the seller. We need to know. So I'm going to create another field here. I'm just going to say status, and I'm just going to make it, just for simplicity's sake, a text field. Okay. And the default value is going to be, I don't know, initial, right? This is the initial state, or yeah, I don't know. Sounds good, right? So this is going to be initial right here. Now we're going to have a couple of states: initial, active, and maybe something else for, you know, inactive, right? Initial, active, and inactive. Okay. And so that way we'll know where we are. Okay. So we have this offers here, and I'm going to delete this. We don't really need that. Delete this row. And here I'm going to display all the cars that I'm dealing with, right? That I'm, you know, in a process. And so now we have this offers, but we need another view because we need information about the car, right? We only have this car ID here, but we need more information about the car. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to, ask our helpful assistant here to create a new view. So I'm going to say create a view called view offers view that will display all car information as well and offer information. Let's see what it comes up with. So we have cars and we have offers. From cars we have, you know, everywhere you see C dot, that is cars stuff, right? And then O is the offers, right? So we're getting everything. So let's go ahead and paste this here, execute it, and we're done. Go back to our table editor, offers view, and we can see all the offers. And the issue here is that you see how it's displaying all the cars, but not all of them have the offers, right? This one has an offer, these ones do not. And so we need to modify the view SQL so that we don't see these other cars. Because if cars do not have offers, it's not, you know, we don't really, you know, we don't really care about those cars. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to say modify the view to not display results or records if a car doesn't have any offers associated with it. Okay, let's see if that works. So it's gonna do a left join. It's gonna change the left join to an inner join. That is exactly what we need. Paste that here, accept this, and it's not gonna work because this it already exists. Create or replace view. Offers view, create view. I think we had create or replace view. Yeah, that should work. Offers view already exists. Let me debug that. Let's see if it's able to fix it. And of course it can. Drop view if it exists. Yeah, that is the right approach. Run this query. There we have it. Okay, so now if you go back here and we go into offers view, we should see one record here. Okay, we should not be seeing these offers here. Let me see if there's an issue here. Okay, this is not correct. Let me go ahead and double check. Did it properly execute? Drop view indexes offers view. Offers view. Yeah. Left join. Is it left join? Make sure to display the records only if the corresponding car has an offer. All right, let's see if this fixes it. Inner join and left join. Okay, we don't have an inner join, so I'm gonna go ahead and here, but I'm gonna copy this, paste that there, and oh, I see what happened. I think it might have just appended to it. Okay, let's see if this works. Come back here, offers view. There it is. Okay, so now only one car is being displayed. Okay, and this is exactly what we want. So we have our offers and we need to make sure that the status is here. So this is an initial offer that the buyer sent to the seller. The seller has not responded yet. Okay, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So let's come back to Supabase. Let's get our schema. Let's come back here and let's display. Come back here. This is not going to be an API call. This is going to be a Supabase query. Offers view, list rows. We need a filter, right? We need to filter by user ID. Okay, and we can also sort this. Sorting is also good. We're gonna sort by the make, excuse me, the make, and this is gonna be an increasing A to Z. Okay, there we have it. So now we can simply display everything we need to display. In fact, let's start off with this, and you know, let's just keep it simple. Let's just keep it simple, and this is gonna be the status here. This is gonna be the status, offer status. All right, and this is gonna be the make and the model. This is easy, just type make, you're gonna get what you need, and this is the model, just type model, you're gonna get it right here, okay? And so that is what we have, and then we're gonna have the status, and depending on the status, you know, we're gonna decide what we want to do. Now I want to change the icon here. So this is offer. Let's see if there's something for offers. Okay, that looks kind of cool. And let's go ahead and change the order. I want, yeah, right here, second to last. Perfect. So we have active offers. Okay, so now we are having yeah, we're passing a parameter. We don't need to pass a parameter. Let's remove our parameters. What is it complaining about? Parameter car detail passed by car action. Okay, it's passing a parameter. We don't need that. I'm gonna delete that for now. Alrighty, still have some errors. Okay, we don't need that as well. Seller ID, no, we don't need that. And now of course we have custom function that we need to check. All right, this is done. Come back over here, and this is our active offers. All right, so let's go ahead and run our app and see if it works as expected. All right, here we are. We have these cars. We have the map view. We don't have any favorites, and we have an offer, BMW M3. This is an initial stage. Okay, so at this point we are waiting. In fact, it might be a good idea to display something. All right, so what I can do is we can display something. We can have a conditional value, and so if this is state, offer status is equal to initial, we can say something like waiting for seller, and then you can have other stages here. Okay, but I think this one is key. Else nothing, waiting for seller. So now let's double check that. All right, jump over here. Yeah, so we need to make that a little bit smaller. Let's go ahead and fix that. This is a row, so we can have another. We can add another one, and we can do something like this. Or what you can do is you can have rich text and have something else, something like this. All right, come over here, and that's kind of how it looks like. Yeah, something like this. I think we should make this lowercase, right? It should be lower. Not lowercase, smaller font is what I meant. And now we are waiting for this offer. Okay, so one thing that we can do here is we can delete this offer because we've decided not to go, you know, forward. We don't really care about this, right? We can delete this offer and then nobody will see it. Okay, but otherwise we're waiting for this offer from the seller. All right, so when it comes to these offers over here, we need to do a bunch of things. Okay, so the first one is we need to have an ability to cancel the offer, right? So if I'm as a buyer, I send an offer and you know, I decide that, you know, I'm no longer interested in the car, I should be able to cancel it. Okay, that's the first thing. Then on the seller side, they should be able to accept or decline the offer. So that's the first thing. Now, when the offer is accepted by the seller, we are going to have a chat happening, right? So we'll also add chat functionality where they'll be able to chat in regard to the you know, to whatever they want to do, negotiation, etc., etc. And so if you take a look here, right, we have a filter here where buyer ID is the authenticated user. And so what this means is that this app right now, as is only checking for offers from the buyer ID, right? So if I'm the seller that hasn't sent any offers, right, I'm purely selling, I'm not doing anything, it's not going to show these offers, okay? And so if you take a look in our database here, if you take a look in profiles, you can see that we have a user that's either designated as a buyer or as a seller. If you take a look here, where is this? Yeah, right here, the role. So either seller or buyer. Okay. And so what we can do here is that depending on who, this user, right? So for instance, we can come over here to profile and we can say role. Okay. We can say role, and here we can display whether this is a buyer or seller. That's kind of how we have it set up. Okay, so let me go into profiles here. Let me do this. Let me go ahead and get the profiles, Supabase query, profiles, single row, filter, and we're going to say user ID is equal to authenticated user. Okay, and now we can say, well, what is the role? The role is going to be right here. Okay, so that way we can see. Let me put this default here. And so we don't need any of this other things. I'll just leave it maybe for future stuff. And we don't even need this. Okay, and okay, so something like this. And while we're here, let's go ahead and finish the rest of it. Okay, while we are here, profile picture, first name. Actually, let's do a. All right, that's kind of what we have, and then email. All right. Okay, so while we are here, we've also fixed this up, and so we know whether this user that's logged in, he's a seller or the buyer. Okay, and so if we go to our offers, we can have a condition. Okay, so what we can do is we can create a stack, wrap this in a stack, and then we can simply duplicate it and display the specific list view depending on what's happening. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate that, and then I come back over here and I'm gonna do a conditional. So the first one is a buyer, right? So, well, let's see, we need to get the profile, so I'm gonna get it on the stack level. It's just one record. Okay, and this is a single row, and I'm gonna do a filter where user ID is equal to authenticated user. Okay, so now we know who the user is. So this first list view, let's do a conditional whether this is a buyer, right? So role, let's do a condition, role is equal to buyer. Okay, and then the second one is going to be role is equal to seller. I'm going to copy this. And so depending on who the user is, it's going to show up. Okay. Actually, we come over here, conditional, paste, and this is going to be seller. And let me check if it's uppercase, capitalized or not. Yeah, it's capitalized. Okay. All right. So this is our seller view. And in fact, you can do something else. So do something like this, a list view buyer. Okay. So now this first list view is if it's a buyer, which means we're going to have different conditions like cancel the offer instead of decline the offer, right? So we can come over here and we can, we know this is buyer, so we can just say cancel the offer. So let's do that right now. Let's see, we have a card, we have a row with two columns. So I'm going to add another column for the what are they called? The thumbnails, the icon button. That's what I meant, icon button. Okay, and so this one is going to be cancel. Okay, cancel the offer. And let's go ahead and fix this up, icon color, and this should be cancel. Something like this. Why isn't it showing up? Primary color, well, it's showing up here, and here it's not showing up. Did I do it correctly? Because of this. We need to not show it because we're working on this and we need to fix it up a little bit. Let's take a look. This is fill color is gonna be white, and then there's a border color. There's a border width. Actually, let's just make it bigger. Let's do that. I don't know, I don't think that's lined up correctly. Button size, icon size, let's increase this. Okay, and that way we can, let's do this 60, and then we can increase this one by 1.5, so that's 25, should be 37. Perfect. Okay, so now we know that this is going to cancel the offer. This is buyers. Okay, so now we can do the action, right? So when we cancel the offer, what do? Well, we delete the offer, right? So we're going to come over here and delete row. Table is going to be offers. And what do we need to delete? Well, it's going to be, well, it needs to be ID. Actually, do we have ID? Let me go in here. Remember, we are looking up this offers view, right? And it should have an offer ID. It has a car ID, but we also need an offer ID. Do we have an offer ID, offer status, offer ID? Perfect. Okay. So we do have it. Okay, so now we can just say ID in the original table equal to offer ID. Why don't I see it? Why are we not seeing it? Am I doing it? I'm doing it on the top level. Oh, that's not correct. It should be over here. Let's see. Yeah, tab, and we want to do delete rows, offers, matching rows, IQ equal to offer ID. There it is. Okay, so that's gonna go ahead and delete it. Okay, and also we want to refresh the table, the list view, and then you can do refresh, database request. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and delete it. And we're also going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy this widget. Actually, I'm going to copy this column here. We're going to do the same thing here. And let's go ahead and fix it up. Fill color is white. Icon color is black. And this is going to be cancel. Decline. Is there something for decline? What is this? Deck? No. Okay, maybe another one for cancel. I don't know, something like this. Okay, let's make it a bit bigger. Let's do 60. Let's do 24 multiplied by 1.5. 24 plus 12, 36. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is now the sellers, and the seller can do the same thing. They can also decline it, and that will also delete it. So we can go over here and we can say delete offers, come over here, and ID, offer ID. All right, so that's going to delete it as well, okay, using the offer ID, but now from the seller side. We also need another button from the seller side to accept. The buyer doesn't do anything. The buyer can only cancel, but the seller can cancel and accept. So I'm going to duplicate this. And why do I need to wrap it? It's already in the column. Let me double check. It's already in the column. I don't need to wrap it by anything. Yeah, it's right there. We're going to do the same thing. 60. I'm going to remove this fill color. And I am going to say check mark, maybe check. I think something like this. This is visible. Fill color, icon color is black. Okay, there you have it. So I'm gonna change the check color. Maybe, yeah, something like this. So same style. So you can cancel and accept, and maybe we'll switch the positions, because you may want to accept first or cancel. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna update the state of the offer. And when we do that, we're also gonna create a chat automatically and maybe redirect to the chat as well. So this one here, I'm gonna say on tab, I'm gonna say update row. We don't need matching rows. And we're gonna say ID equals to offer ID, and then set fields status accept. So there you have it. Either initial, like waiting, pending. Oh, I think pending is a really nice one. I really like pending. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change it, right? Send offer component. I'm gonna change this to pending. Car ID, buyer ID, price. Oh, it doesn't send. Huh, wait a second. It doesn't actually send the status, because we have a bunch of offers, and I guess I created them manually. All right, if I go in here, initial. Okay, so this should be pending. Okay, so now this thing creates an offer pending. Okay, car ID, buyer ID, etc. All right, so let's go ahead and run our app and see what's happening, if it's displaying the right data. Start a new session. All right, here we are. And if I go into offers, guess what? I have a pending offer waiting. Okay, that was created by someone else. I shouldn't be able to create offers, right? In fact, we need to do that. We need to change it because I'm a seller. Okay, but we have that for testing. So this needs to be removed. Okay, so I mean, I can look at a list of cars, but because I'm a seller, I shouldn't be able to create offers. That is kind of what we have. We have either you're a seller or a buyer. Okay, just for simplicity's sake. And so I have an offer that was created by me, and that's fine. But I shouldn't be able to create it, right, as a seller. And so here I can accept it. That's going to update it in the database. Let's see, that should say accepted right here. So that's an accepted offer. And now we should also remove this because now it has been accepted. Okay, but we still have this because we can still remove it. We can still delete it. And the idea here is that after it has been accepted, we create a new chat where the user can chat, and we redirect to the chat. Okay, so we're gonna have a new chat here. But first, I want to do a couple of house cleaning items. So we're going to remove this for sellers because they can't send offers. And we're also going to update this to remove this if the offer has been accepted, because that is only for accepting offers. So let's go ahead and fix this. Let's go ahead here. And so this one, let's see, this row, yeah. So we need to get the profile. So I'm going to get it at the top level, the profile information. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to get a query super, because we're not querying the profile, right? Profile, just single row filter, user ID equal to user ID, confirm. Okay. So now this will only be displayed if this is a buyer. Okay, so we're gonna do conditional profile role equals to buyer. Okay, because seller, no reason, right? Okay, and another thing is this offers, right? So this is for the second one, right? So if we have sent the offer, we don't need to display this anymore. Okay, and so here we also need to pull up the offer information. So we can do it at this check mark because we don't need that data anywhere else, really, right? So I'm gonna do this here. And I'm going to do a Supabase query. I'm going to say offers, single row. And I'm going to say offer ID, actually ID. And then that's going to be equal to offer ID because we're pulling up a view. Okay, so now we have it. And now we can do whatever we want. We have this conditional option. So this is only if the offer is pending. If the role, not the profile role, offer row. Actually, we have offer view here, right? So we don't need this. I forgot that we have it. So we can just simply do it here. Okay. So single condition. We have offer row and we can do a row. Offer status. Offer status is equal to pending. So if it's pending, you can accept it. Okay. If it's not pending, it's accepted, which means that we're not going to see that. So let me go ahead and refresh our app here. All right, that is what we have. And so if we go to our offers, you see it's accepted. We can't accept it. And as a seller, we can't send offers. So assuming the buyer send us an offer for this, another account, we have it right here. Okay, so it's accepted. Okay, and the next thing that we need to work on is the chat functionality. And we're going to be automatically creating chats once an offer has been created. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the chat subsystem. Okay, so the idea is a buyer can send an offer, right? Create an offer, and the seller can accept it, and then they'll start to chat about it, right? And the user, the buyer and the seller will be able to access this chat from their offer screen, right? From here. Okay, we'll have another button here. Okay. Now for the chat, we first need to have the right tables. Now I already have created it right here. So we have the schema here. This is the chats table. The important ones is a list of user IDs. So there's going to be like two people on the chat, right? Buyer and seller. So we're going to have their user IDs, and that way we can display the chats that the user is on and the username. So that way we can display the names. And then we have the chat messages. So we have the chat ID, the sender ID, the message, and that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the UI. And the first thing I need to do is I need to create the chat UI. Okay, I am going to I'm gonna use one of these list views here. Okay, so which list view that I'm gonna use? I'm gonna use, it doesn't really matter. Maybe this one, this offers. I'm gonna duplicate it, and this is gonna be our chats. Okay, so it's gonna be here, chats, and basically we're gonna pull up. We don't need this conditional. We're gonna do this chats here, list of rows, and now we need to filter the chats, right? So we are gonna be filtering them by the user IDs. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do it. We have ordering, that is cool. But what we need to do is we need to say that the user IDs contains, right, our authenticated users. So we need to be on the chat, okay, because there's gonna be lots and lots of chats. And if we are not on the chat, that is gonna be a problem, right? Because we're gonna be displaying just random chats. Let's go ahead and sort it by created at, and I'm just gonna say increasing, and that's what I have here. So this is our chats. I'm gonna delete this. Maybe I'll just leave this. What do we have here? This is our, well, it's not even clear what we have, but this is gonna be chat with the other user. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna put that there, and I'm gonna say chat with, and this is gonna be the other user. Okay, so we have the list of two users, right, from the chats, right? So if we go over here, we have these user names. So what we need to do is we need to take that list of usernames, take ourselves, and get the other person. We can do that using a code expression. So we're gonna pass two variables. One is going to be a list of strings, which is a list of names, usernames, and then it's gonna be us, right? Whoever we are. Okay, and we can simply go over here, and we're gonna go here, and we have the profiles as well. And so for the profiles, we have this first name. We don't have a username. That would have been cool. In fact, I think username, I don't know. Do we want username? I'm just going to say first name. Okay. It's the same idea. And so now we're passing the two users and the our username. And now we need to return the other person. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say this is our user IDs, actually usernames. And this is auth user. And so now what we need to do is we need to check who is the user, who is us, and then display the other users. So we're gonna say user IDs, right? If it's us, if the first user is us, right? So we're gonna say auth user, then we need to return the other user. Okay, and so this is the expression that we have. If it's the first one is the auth user, we return the second one. Otherwise, we return the first one. Okay, usernames. This is okay, no errors, and there we have it. Okay, so now it's gonna display the other person, right? Chat with, and we don't really need this. And we don't really need the image as well. We'll just keep it simple. Okay, just a quick chat right here. Okay, so that is gonna display the chats, user IDs. If either one of us is on the chat, it's gonna display it over here. Okay, and it's also gonna sort it. Okay, so we have the chats. Let me go ahead and fix the nav bar icon. So I'm gonna say chat. This is nice. Let's go ahead and get the order chats right here. Okay, so now we have the chats over here. Okay, now when they click on it, they're going to be redirected to another screen. Okay, and that's going to be the chat messages. Okay, and this is a completely different screen. I'm gonna come over here, new page. All right, and let's go ahead and drop it in here. Okay, so now we have the chat messages, and this is going to say chat with the other person. We're going to fix that. And here, well, we need to get the chat ID, right? So that's going to be one of the parameters here, chat ID. That's an integer required. And here, what we're going to have is a list view. List view here, we're going to expand it all the way. And this list view is going to be with a Supabase query, right? Chat messages, filters, chat ID equals to chat ID. Okay, so now we have the messages. And inside, we're going to have a stack. And we are, well, in fact, before we do the stack, well, yeah, stack, and then we're going to have, okay, because we're gonna have the messages here, okay, and next we might have a row, and we're gonna have text. Okay, and in fact, inside of this, I'm gonna wrap it in a container so that we can do some nice UI things. And let's give this container a fill color white. Let's go with this text. Okay, and let's give this container border radius. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so something like this. And now we have the messages here. So the reason we have a stack is because we need to make sure that we're either displaying the messages that I sent as a user and the messages that I received. So the messages that I sent will be here. So this row here, right? It's left aligned. And so this is the key here, right? This is where we want to make a distinction. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to have a conditional, because when it's left, it's the other person's message. So we're going to come in here and we're going to go in chat messages and we're going to go into sender ID, and it's not us, right? Not equal to us. And what I'm going to do is, in fact, I'm going to wrap it. So this stack, in fact, it does not need to be there. It needs to be just above this, because this is the key. This is going to be conditional. So now I can duplicate it. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make it right align, right? So that way, you're never going to have a row with both of these. It's either going to be this one or this one. So this is going to be right aligned and this is going to be equal to. Okay, so that's our chat messages here. We also need a couple of more things. We need to display the actual the sending the message, right? We also need that. Okay, so I'm gonna do text. This is our input field, and I'm gonna add a button. And this text field, it's okay. There's the button. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of padding. Okay, and there's the button, send message. Okay, and oops, let's go ahead and pad this a little bit. Okay, so something like this, and this is and so when it sends a message, it creates a message and sends it. All right, so insert row into chat messages. Chat messages, set the fields, remove this. Chat ID, we have chat ID. Sender ID, we have auth user. And messages, whatever the widget state, text field. So I'm just gonna say, all right, what do we have here? Okay, we'll fix that in a bit. Where's our hint? Okay, so when it sends the message, we need to also refresh this list view. Okay, so I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna do refresh list view. Okay, so that way we get it. We can have this, right? We can delete chats. And so I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna fix it. Doesn't work correctly. Chats ID is equal to, the problem is, what is this over here? This is, okay. Yeah, we need to do a lot of fixing here. We don't need this. This is our chat screen. Okay, so we need to do a bunch of things. We need to remove this. We need to remove this. We need to delete this, not just remove. Okay, and this is our list view. Okay, delete rows. And now, this is for chats row, right? ID is equal to car ID, buyer ID, price. This is offers. Oh, this is not right. Okay, this is definitely not right. This should be chats. And then we can do matching. Chat ID, and we can just get the ID. Okay, chat ID, and we have the ID. So that's going to delete it. And we also want to refresh the table. All right, let's see here. That works. Why is this usernames? Auth user. Auth user is set. Okay, no issues now. Alrighty, and we also need to create an empty screen, right? So favorites empty. I'm gonna duplicate this. Chats empty, and I'm gonna say no chats. You don't have any active. Send an offer on a car you like, and then we can go over here. All right, there we have it. Okay, let's go ahead and run our app. All right, here's our app. Now, if we go into chats, it's not, nothing is there, and I think the reason for that is we have a chat, but it's a little no, we don't have any chats. Interesting. Why does not? Let's go ahead and check. We have chats. We have a chat empty. Show empty list widget. What's happening with the debug panel? Is it correctly? Chats. IDs contain user IDs. That's fine. Okay, that there's no chats. Let me go ahead and expand this. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's try this again. All right, there we are. And now it's telling us no chats. You don't have any active chat. All right, so there we have it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another account that's a buyer so that we can send an offer. And I'm just going to delete these offers and I'm going to create another account. In fact, I'm just going to change it. I'm going to go into profiles and change one of the accounts to a buyer. I'm going to put buyer. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, here we are. Let's go into okay, so let me go ahead and refresh our app. And what was the user that I changed it? I'm not logged in. I did it for Nick. Let me do it for myself. So seller, Nick is a seller. I'm gonna do it for myself, James. Okay, so now I'm logged in as a buyer. Reload the app. We should see a slightly different UI. Okay, so now we can send offers. Okay, so let's say I want to send an offer here. I'm gonna do 10,000, create an offer. We need to redirect to the offer screen because we have this pending here. And now if I log in as the other person, I should see this offer, right? I should see it because this seller over here, you see role is seller. Okay, and we have buyer. Oh, we forgot to change it. This is for the seller. This needs to change. Seller ID is equal to, so who is selling it? I sent an offer on Toyota Camry. I hope it's not me. Cars. There's the seller ID before, and that's Nick. Okay, so if I log in as Nick, I should be able to see this offer. So I'm gonna log out. I'm gonna log in as Nick. All right. If I go into offers, I do not see it. Why is that? Why don't I see the offer? Seller ID. Let me see. There's the buyer ID. It doesn't have the seller ID. Okay. Because of the car. It has the car ID. Okay, so what we need to do is we also need to have the seller ID because we can't get it, right? So I'm gonna say we have the car ID, which is fine, but we also need the seller ID. Seller ID is going to be it is going to be this UUID. And so now if I do it manually, right? Buyer ID is me and the seller ID is Nick. I go here, there's Nick, and now if we go into offers, let's go ahead and add Nick here, and then I should see it. All right, let me go ahead and log in as Nick, as the seller, come over here. Why don't I see it? What's going on here? Seller ID. I forgot to reload my schema. Let's go ahead and rebuild it. We have an error, custom functions, okay? And there it is, pending, and I can accept it. I'm Nick, right? Remember, and I have an offer, so I can accept it. And that's going to create the chat. I should have a chat, but I didn't finish that step, I believe. Let's go ahead and do this right now. So this accepts it, and now I need to create the chat. Let's go ahead and create the chat. Insert row, chats, and user IDs. And what we need is a code expression. And actually, do we even need a code expression? We might not even need the code expression. We need, okay, it's a string. And this is a string too. That should work. Interesting. Because it's an array. Okay. So what we can do is we need a code expression. Let's do this. This is the auth user. This is the authenticated user. And the second one is the other user, right? So this is profile. This is going to be, well, it depends. Right, so if we take a look here, right, if they accept it, if we accept it, we need the it's going to be us. So we are the seller. So it's going to be the seller and the buyer. Okay. So if we come over here, user IDs, we do code expression, we're going to do, and so it's going to be, yeah, seller and the buyer. So it's going to be, yeah, seller and the buyer. Seller ID. In fact, what we can do, let me see. And then you can just return an array, var1, var2, current variable, okay. And the same thing here, usernames is going to be the seller's username and the buyer's username. And unfortunately, we don't have that. So in the software view, we do not have that. We need to add it, right? We have just the IDs, the buyer ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add just something for testing. I'm going to say James. And so if I'm the seller, then James, and then I'm just going to add the buyer here and Nick. Okay, just for testing, just to make sure that it works. Car ID is, what are we doing here? For chats, we have a car ID. So what's the car ID? We have the car ID. Okay. All right, let's see if this works. All right, come over here. I'm logged in as Nick, and I have an offer waiting. I'm going to say, okay, let's see what happened. My offer is come into chats, and I have a chat creating. James, Nick, come over here, and I have a chat. Chat with null. Yeah, we'll fix that. And we need to click on it, right? We need to click on it to go to chat messages. Let's do that. If you click here, you're gonna add an action, navigate, chat messages, pass the chat ID, and that's it. And now we can send messages. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. All right, let's see. Okay, so now if I click on it, I get to chat. You know, it's not clear, but I can say, hey there. Let's see if that works. And now it's there. Oh, this is not right. That should be the messages. We'll fix that right now. Right here, this should be the message. Chat message row, message. Put an empty here and same thing here. All right. So now if you run it, and there we have it. So let's send, and there it is. Okay. So if we come over here, let's go to our database, chat messages. We should have the messages from chat ID. This is the sender ID, right? So this is Nick. So if I log in as myself, I'll be able to chat with this person as well, because I'll be able to see the chat, and we need a back button. And let's add a back button. All right, there we go. And if we come over here, we have the chat, and now we can go back to the chats. Okay, we still need to fix a couple of things, but it's coming along really, really nice. So if I log in here, this is what I see. We see the cars, we can start an offer. And if we come over here, we have an offer here accepted. So hypothetically, we should not have this, right, for Toyota, because I already have an offer that's accepted. So I can chat with this person. So this needs to be fixed, obviously, chat with. And we also want to make sure that this deletes the chat with the other person, okay? But other than that, it looks like it's coming along really well. We don't have any favorites. Let's go ahead and favorite something. How about this one? Okay, so now this is favorite, okay, and this one as well. And here I can undo it. Over here I can undo it. Maybe we need a way to undo it here. So there's some, little things here and there that we need to do. So let's go ahead and fix it. The first I want to do is I want to fix this chat with null. So we're going to come back here, go to our chats. And this one that says this thing, there's a code expression. And so we want to make sure that we have it working correctly. So usernames, auth name, username. So let's take a look at the database first. Let's see, because this pulls it off from the database, right? So if I go into chats over here, and let's see our chat. This is our chats, James and Nick. Okay, so it knows that I'm James, right? And the other person is going to be Nick. So right now it's not pulling it because it has issues, right? So auth user, let me double check. What Who is the auth user? User email. Do we even, who is the auth? Wait a second. If we come over here, it's the user ID. Well, of course that's not gonna work, right? Because the issue here is we only have, so the issue here is the following, right? So if we take a look at our debug panel, we only have this email, and so what we need to do is we need to look up who is the other person. Is it 0 or 1? Because in our database, right, we have the ordering, right? So if I am first, which is correct, because user ID is actually, it may not even be correct, but it will be correct in the app. Let me double check if this is correct. So if I go into profiles, Nick is before. So Nick is first, right? So if we go back here to chats, Nick is first. So this should be the other way around. I think I did this manually. Pretty sure I did that manually. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look up where James is here. If James is the second element, we're going to pull up the second element and get the other element. Okay, that's what we need to do. So let's come back over here and let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, so usernames, auth user, we have usernames, and I'm also going to pass user IDs. And this is right here, chats row, user IDs. Here's list. And now we can pass. All right, so now we have the user ID. So what we need to do is we need an expression that will first look up the ID of that user, that the user ID of us in the list, and get the index. And once we have the index, we can simply look it up in the other one, get the other user basically. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this right now. So we're gonna look up the index. So I'm gonna say user IDs index of, and this is going to be us. Okay, so this is our index. Okay, and so if it's 0, then we want to get the other index. We want to get 1. Okay, otherwise we want to get 0. Okay, so if it's 0, it's 1. Otherwise it's 0. Okay, so once we have this, we just need to look it up in the usernames, or what is it called? Usernames. Okay, so we can simply do this. Something like this should work. Okay, no errors. And that's going to give us the other user. Okay, let's go ahead and run it, and let's hope this works. All right, let's go ahead and log in. Chat with Nick. Okay, there you have it. Okay, so it's going to display the other person. It knows who we are, but obviously we're not chatting with ourselves, and it's going to display the other person. Now this right here, this also needs to work, right? So we have these chats, and so we can see what's happening, right? This is our chat. This is our items here, right? We have the ID, which is the chat ID. So this thing here, if you open it up, is just delete row from chats, matching rows, ID, we're matching it on ID is equal to ID from chat row, right? Because we have this list over here. Exactly. Okay, so this should be right, delete, and it should refresh the database correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh our app. Let's see how that works. All right, here we are, and let's go ahead and take a look at our chats. Okay, so here we have the chats, right? We can click there and we see the messages. Okay, and let's see, we can also send messages. Okay, so we can reply, hey, and then you're seeing the messages. Okay, and we can delete this as well. Looks like there's some issues deleting it. Can it be because of why is there an issue deleting it? Is it because of this auth policy? All true. Oh, okay, that's fine. Let me try deleting it myself. Okay, we can't delete it because it's referencing chat messages. So what we need to do is delete the chat messages first. Okay, that's how we have it set up, and that's fine. It's a good way of doing it. So all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna duplicate this. It's really easy to do. Let's say copy action. I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna make it first. Doesn't matter actually. And then I'm gonna go into chat messages. And the matching rows is where the chat ID, no longer the ID. The chat ID is equal to the ID of the current chat, right? That's gonna delete all the messages. Okay, so even here we can put delete all messages, and here we can say delete the chat. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this. All right, here we are. Come to chats. We delete it, and now it's gone. Okay, so we've deleted all the messages. We've deleted the chats. We've deleted the messages for that specific chat, which is the right approach, right? It's kind of the safety fallback, right? Because now we have these orphans, they're called, right? These orphan chat messages. So you want to delete the messages first for that chat and then delete the chat itself, okay? So this looks good. We can click here as well. Let's see if this is set up, active offers. And so if we hit over here. So I'm logged in as a seller, I believe, right? So if you click over here, yeah, it deletes the offer. Okay. So if you click over here, we've deleted the offer. Okay. The offer is gone. Okay. The offer is gone. I think one issue we had is if I send an offer, right? Let's say I'm willing to pay 3K for it. Great car. Would you take 3K? And I create an offer. And here we have the offer created. So if I go over here, I see the offer as pending. Okay. And now the issue is if you go over here, I still have it there. Okay. So I've sent an offer for this BMW. I should not have this thing here, or it should be some other color or something like this. So let's go ahead and fix it. All right, so I did go ahead and fix this issue now. So now this is showing correctly. And so if you go over here, we have our home over here. And what I'm doing here is at the card level, I'm pulling in the data. I'm basically saying that this filter, right? Car ID is equal to car ID, okay? And then here, what I'm doing is I'm doing it conditional visibility. I'm saying car ID does not equal to this car ID, right? And so the results here is that when we go through the offers, we have this car ID. Now, of course, I still need to add the another one, the fact that, you know, the buyer is me. So I'm going to go ahead and add another condition here that the buyer is me. And so what I need to do is I still need to kind of come back over here to this card, and I need to create another filter here. Buyer ID is equal to auth user ID. Okay, because that's me, right? Like we want to see if there's a, you know, it's matching not just on the car ID, but also the buyer is the right one. All right, let's go ahead and log in. All right, and there you have it. It still works the same because I'm the same person. And so let me show you how this works. If I click here and I send an offer, hey, house, okay, and I say create, it creates the offer, but now it's not, I can't send the offer again, right? Because there's going to be another offer over here. So I'm the buyer ID and the car ID. And so it matches up with the logged in buyer ID and the car ID that's being displayed here, and it checks if there's another offer there. Now, there's one small issue is that when we send the offer, this does not dismiss itself. So I'm going to go ahead and do this dismiss, and so that way it will dismiss itself. So now if let me double check. Okay, no issues there, false alarm. We go ahead and reload this app. All right, so now if I click over here, we get this dialog box. Here's an offer, create this offer, and it closes, and now I can send over because I've sent 3 offers essentially for all the cars. Now, if I click here for Jetta, it disappears there, and now it's re-enabled here. So I can send another offer. I could, you know, resend the offer, if you will, because it's not here. And if I do the same thing for these ones, now they all appear here. All right. So that works, and pretty much our app is starting to come together. Okay, we have no chats. We have no offers. Maybe for favorites, we may want to delete. We may want to do that as well. So let me go ahead and do that. Delete favorites. I think that's one of the last things that we need to do. Let's go into favorites, and what we can do is we can add an icon button. And in fact, we can just copy some of the ones that we have. So for instance, this one, I'm gonna say copy. For some reason, it wants to wrap it. You see how it goes up? How about here? Yeah, it wants to wrap it at the top level. So if I do this, it deletes it. So I don't know if this is a bug or something, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just do it from scratch. And icon color is black. And we're going to do this. Do we have a regular trash icon? What is this? This is restore from trash, right? How about garbage? Delete. Okay, there we go. Let's make it a little bit bigger. 60, 36, I think. Yeah, perfect. Maybe that's too big, but you guys decide that. And what we're going to do is we're going to add an action. We're going to say delete rows, favorites. And what does favorites have? Well, we're going to have a filter, and it's just going to be the ID, right? Because we have the IDs here. So we're going to send an ID. We don't have an ID because we have a view. So an ID would be nice. Yeah, ID would be ideal. So we want to send an ID there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to go to this favorites view, and I'm going to ask our AI to modify it. Let's go to the SQL editor. Let's create a new snippet, or we can just, yeah, let's just create a new snippet, modify favorites. Okay, this should be fairly simple. Okay, so there's the CID, FID, favorite ID it's adding. So we're going to come here, create a replace view. Okay, so it doesn't look like it wants to, so we can can do drop view favorites, favorites. All right, there we have it. So now if we come over here, favorites view, you should have the ID. And what is it going to be called? Favorite ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and Supabase, refresh this, come back over here, and now we can do that. We can create the perfect filter. So yeah, favorites view, favorites ID. And that's it. So that's going to delete the ID that we're dealing with. Custom functions. All right, there we go. All right, so now let's go ahead and see what happens. Oh, we forgot to refresh the table. So we need to do a refresh. All right, let's go ahead and reload this. All right, here we are. And if we go into favorites, we have this. So we can delete that and it's gone. And now we don't have any favorites. We come back here. There is no favorites. There's nothing in this favorites view. There's nothing in this favorites table. Okay, so we are pretty much done with this app. Now let's take a look and see how responsive it is. Let's take a look on the screen because we wanted to make sure it is responsive. Okay, so how does this look to you? This is going to be the name of the car. Maybe we want this to be left justified. Let's take a look. Yeah, so it expands all the way. So I'm not sure how it should look. I mean, it looks kind of cool to me. Okay, that looks really nice. That's nice and responsive, isn't it? This top is nice and responsive. This is awesome. Let's click here. Well, this is favorites. In fact, I think we have a small issue. So if I favor this, it looks good. I think the only issue was this. This is not responsive. So let's go ahead and fix it because we're building a universal app and this is what? Favorites empty. Okay. All right. Let's see how that looks. And the issue is pretty much, yeah, this is all correct. And the container is going to take in the stuff that you have inside, right? And so the idea is you want to give it the maximum amount of width and height. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload this, see how it looks. All right, here's our app. And if we go over here, we go into favorites and you see now it looks better. Okay, because now it expands all the way. And I suppose we need to do it for the other ones as well. Okay, so active offers, we don't have any offers, so we need to add. And active chats, we need to fix as well. So there's a couple of things we need to do. Let's go ahead and duplicate this for offers. Offers empty. And I'm going to put some kind of go ahead and make an offer. Okay, so that's that. And let's go ahead and, yeah, that looks good. And we need chats empty. Okay, we need to make sure it looks good. Okay, so now it's maximized. And I think it was also left justified, wasn't it? Left justified by the container that was displaying it. Okay, so let's do offers, active offers, empty widget, component. So we have that. But we have both of these. Remember, we have two of these, depending on if we're dealing with the seller. Let's go ahead and rerun this. See how it looks. All right, so now it says no offers because I don't have any offers. Okay, now our app is almost complete, but with the release of FlutterFlow 5.0, we have access to new functionality that will allow us to make an even better app. And so right now I want to leverage 3 major features of FlutterFlow 5.0 to make this app even better. Okay, so the first feature is that you have access to a lot of triggers. Okay, so if you come over here, anything, right? So let's say you want to create an action and you want to open this up. Well, if you click over here, you have tons and tons of triggers. And what's nice about it is that, well, first of all, you have access to a lot more triggers that you didn't have access to before. And this allows you to build a lot more interesting apps because what are triggers at the end of the day? Triggers are a way to let your app know that the user is doing something, right? So you have force, press, update, horizontal, drag, etc., etc. And actually, we are already using one of these features when we talk about making something favorite, right? So if you come over here, we have this card, and if you open this up, you have this on long press. Okay, so this is a way to either favorite something or unfavored. Okay, this is a trigger, right? Untap is a very standard trigger, right? Somebody clicks on something, we're gonna do something with that. But there's more things that we can do with it, right? So instead of long press something, we can drag something. We can do a lot of interesting things. And so as an example, let's say we go into favorites here. And instead of clicking on this button, you want to drag it to the left. Okay, and if we drag it far enough, that should delete it. Okay, and so that is exactly what we're going to do. Now, for this to work, the first thing that we need to do is we need to create these
items here as individual components. Okay, that way they're going to be built dynamically. And so starting from this card, I'm going to right click and I'm going to say convert to component. And I'm going to say item component. Okay, I'm going to do that. And now we have a separate component that we can animate. Okay, now it created a bunch of parameters here, which is correct, right? Lots of things. And it even passed those parameters, right? And so now if we go back to favorites, this is a component that has all of these parameters being passed, which is kind of cool. Now we also should assign a unique key. It's optional, but it's a good thing to assign it. And what we want to do is we want to just assign this favorite ID. Okay, that's a good unique key. And now all the animations, all of this functionality we can do in the actual component level. Now, the first thing that we want to do is we want to create a local state variable that will keep track of the offset. Now, this is not just any offset, it needs to be offset X. X means that it's horizontal, right? And because we're dragging it from left to right or from right to left, it's X, okay? So we're gonna come over here and we're gonna say that this is an integer, okay? And by default, it is 0, which means that it's just, where we have it now, okay? And the next thing that we need to do is we can do this on the card level, is we can create an animation, okay? So if we come over here, what you wanna do is you wanna do the slide animation, and the delay you can set to 0, but the key here is this final position. So if you click over here, the final position needs to be this component state, this offset X. And you need to also fill in default values. And so the key here is that we're doing an action trigger. That means we can trigger it from action flows. Okay, it's not like on a page load. It doesn't get triggered automatically when the page loads or anything of that sort, right? It's gonna get triggered by us. Okay, so now we have this animation that's gonna go from 0 to this final position. Now let's go ahead and set up the other half of the puzzle, okay? And that is the actual flows, right? So if you open this up, the two flows that we're gonna be using is horizontal drag update and horizontal drag end. So if you type horizontal, you have horizontal drag end. So the update happens while the user is dragging it. So they've clicked on the mouse, they're dragging, they have a let go of the mouse here. Once they let go of the mouse, this is going to get triggered. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So for update, it's actually very simple. We're not doing anything just yet because the user hasn't finished dragging. What we need to do is we need to update our page state variable, right? The component state variable, and this is the only one we have, and we need to update it with how far the user dragged it. So we're going to do a code expression, two variables, right? Integer, which is the card offset variable, and then how much the user dragged it. And I'm going to say this is a double, and this is going to go in here, and this is this delta X. Okay, and here we're going to return the value, the new value. We're going to add them up. Should be no issues. Okay, so now we have taken care of the issue that happens as the user is dragging it. So now I want to go ahead and save this because I still have an error here, and I want to make sure that it's fine. So there are no errors. And now what we want to do is we want to animate as the user is dragging it, because if we have no animation, there's not going to be anything happening on the screen. Okay, so we're going to do card start animation. So we have a couple of errors. Let me take a look what's happening here. This is our delete. What's the issue here? This refresh database request. Okay, let's go ahead and remove it right now. No problem. But it looks pretty good. All the parameters are passed. No issues. Okay, so because we do not have the other flow set up for horizontal drag end, we're not going to be deleting or deleting favorites or anything like that. So let me go ahead and run this app and see how it works. Now if we go to favorites, we have this favorite. So instead of clicking this, we can drag it. So you see, as I'm dragging it to the left, pay attention to this offset. You see it's minus 40 now, and you see how it's stuck there. Okay, we need to fix it. If I drag it more, it's minus 65. And so the idea is, if we drag it far enough, greater than, let's say, minus 100 or less than minus 100, right? Which this clearly is. That should be a sign, that the user wants to delete it. So if I drag it back, something like this, it's back to 0. So there's a couple of things that we need to do. We need to make sure that as the user is dragging it, we are going to take an action. So this is done. This drag update is done. Now what we want to do is we need to take an action. So we're going to add a conditional action. And here we need to make a decision. If the offset X is less than minus 100. So anything less than minus 100 is going to be minus 110, 120, 130. That means the user wants to delete the item because they've dragged it far enough, right? They didn't merely drag it a couple of pixels. They've dragged it far enough. And so here what we want to do is we want to delete it. So I think we already have deletion right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy it. And so now I can come back and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so I want to delete this right here. Okay, that should work because it's the same thing. It's from the widget, from the component. Okay, that's going to delete it. Okay. Otherwise, what we want to do is, if they drag it just a little bit, we want to reverse the animation. So I'm going to add an action, type animation, widget animation, and instead of starting it, we want to reverse animation. We want to bring it to where it was, right? That is kind of the idea. Okay. And so we delete it or we reverse the animation. Last but not least, we want to reset the offset. Right, so what we want to do is we want to do this component state, and we want to just reset this to whatever the value was, right? So if we delete it, then it doesn't really matter. But if we don't delete it, then we definitely want to make sure it's set to 0. So it makes sense to have it set right here. Okay, there's an error. Animation is not set. Yes. Why is this? Okay, no issue. It was just a little bit of a delay. So now let's try this out, see how this works. All right, here we are. And if you click over here, we have this, right? So if I drag it a little bit and I let go, you see how it goes back, right? And because when I let go, it's not less than minus 100. Because see, if I drag it, you can check it right here, right? I can't show you while I'm dragging it, but you can see it. And so now if I go over here, it should be deleted, and it's not deleted. Okay, it should be deleted. Okay, so it has been deleted, it just hasn't been refreshed. So let me go ahead and fix that. We go over here, drag end. We need to delete it. Okay. And what we want to do is we want to rebuild containing page, not just this component. We want to rebuild it, the page that has this component. Okay. Let's try this again. All right. So if I go over here, no favorites, let me go ahead and favorite something. Favorite created. Come back over here. We have a favorite. And so now if I do a little bit, it comes back, a little bit, it comes back, a little bit comes back. And if I go more, it's gone. Okay, because it rebuilds the page, hosting the components. And so that was a way to integrate the first major feature that gives you a lot of these triggers. Obviously, we're just scraping the top of the surface. The feature that was launched as part of FlutterFlow 5.0 is the fact that now you can pass entire widgets or entire components as parameters. Okay, so let me show you how this works. So if we take a look at our app, right? So if we go home, we have a lot of these cards, right? So we have cards here. We have cards for favorites, right? We have a card here. We have a card for, and they're fairly similar cards, right? So, and we also have cards, well, for chats, it's a little different, okay? But the three that I mentioned previously, they're fairly similar, right? So like favorites, offers, home, they're fairly similar. And the fact is, if I added more pages, I'd be using a lot more of these similar cards. And so what we can do is we can reuse these cards in different situations. Okay, so let me show you how this works. So if I go into favorites, I have this component, that's a card. And so what I can do is I can create another component that's going to be acting as a wrapper for this component that will take in an argument, and we're going to be passing this component to it. Okay, so let me show you how this works. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a new component. I'm just going to do a blank component. And so this is our card component. Okay, any card. It does not need to be a favorite or anything like that. Any card. Okay, so I'm just going to put it right here. All right, so this card component. Now, what's cool about it is I can create parameters, and you can have any kind of parameter that you want. But one of the parameters that you can have now is a widget builder, which means it's going to actually accept a widget. Okay, so let's say this is our widget here. We just call it that. We click confirm, and now I can use this card component anywhere where I need to use a card. So if we go to favorites, instead of having this list item, I can go and search for card, right? So I scroll down, card component. I can do that. Well, it wants me to replace that child. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap it because I have a lot of arguments here. And in fact, these arguments, they need to be passed to the component in question. Okay, so like make, model, favorite ID, price, mileage, year, seller, email, all of these are important. Okay.
And so let me show you how this works. So let's say I put this right here just for a minute, and I go over here and I get this card component. Now this card component now is going to be listed, okay? Because look, I can send in a widget. So all I need to do is send in the right widget. So which widget do we want to send? Well, we have this list item component that we're sending, right? So what I can do is I can just select it, and now I can send this list. Now that list item component needs a lot of parameters, okay? So we can pass all of that. We can simply pass all of these parameters as part of that component. And so the same way that we pass parameters to this one, we can do the same thing to this one, okay? So I can just expand all of these. And actually, what I want to do is I want to make sure that they have the right names here. And for that, I need to check here. So this is make, model, favorite ID. Okay, so we're going to come over here and we're going to rename these so that we know what they are, right? So this card, there's that card component. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to rename this. I'm going to say this is make, this is model, favorite ID. And what was the other ones? Let's go ahead and save it. And now I need 4 through 9. And let's see what's happening. Favorites. And we have price, mileage, year. Okay. Come back over here. Here. And then we have, and so if I come back to this one, card component, I come to favorites, come over here. What do we have? Seller email, average rating, number of reviews. So we come over here. Where's our card component? Seller email, average rating, number of reviews. Seller email, seller average rating, seller number review. All right. So now we have our parameters named correctly. And that means we can go back to favorites. We can come over here and we can pass them correct. Okay. So now we have all of this. And so the way it works is simply click here and you pass the parameters. Make, this is model. Right here, this is favorite ID. Just type email, we get seller email, and then we have number. All right. So now we have this new component that we're passing over here, right? As a component to this thing here, okay? List item component, and we can also give it a unique key, this favorite ID. That's going to be its unique key, okay? And now we have this card component, okay? That we pass, and this is a flexible component, okay? Now, what is this card component going to be doing? Well, if we click over here, it's going to display the widget, the actual widget that we're passing. And in this case, what is that widget? Well, if we go to favorites, we have this card component. Remember, we're passing this favorite list item component. Okay, and that is exactly what it's going to be displaying. It's basically passing it with all of these arguments. Okay, so as a result, this favorites card component, and it's up to us what we want to pass. So we have this favorite list item component that looks something like this, but then we can create other components that look similarly, right? So this card component is going to be kind of the parent. And so you can add other things here. You can change the background. You can wrap it in the container, change the color and all of that. And it's going to work excellently. So let me go ahead and run this app just to show you what happens. All right, so here's our app and we have a favorite here and it's the same thing. It's the same thing, the same flow. So you see how this is now favorite list component. We have this offset. So if I drag it, if I drag it there, it's going to get deleted. So if I drag it here, you see how it changes this offset, right? There's the offset, etc., right? So if I drag it back, we have that and I can delete it here. All right. So what's nice about this is that if you are reusing widgets, right, that look the same and you don't want to keep redoing them, right? They're very, very similar. Then just create one and pass it around. And just pass it around as a widget with its own parameters, exactly as we're doing it here, right? So if I go back to favorites, which is where it all started, we have this card component that passes this widget with its own parameters, which is genius, right? And so later on, if I have another one, so let's say home, instead of building my own, my own widget here, I can pass a similar widget with its own parameters and then take a particular action, maybe add a button here or add something else. But the look and feel is going to be exactly the same. And this is why it's a very powerful feature. Last major feature that FlutterFlow released is an ability to create shortcuts quickly and easily. Now, granted, this feature is mostly for desktop and web apps, but because we are also building a web app here, it's going to be super helpful to us. So how exactly does this work? Well, on any page where you want to create a flow that's going to be triggered by a shortcut, you want to create it at the top level. So let's say, I don't know, like let's say in our chat messages, we want to create a shortcut to send this. Okay, so I'm going to select chat messages. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to create an action. In fact, I'm going to open this here, and over here, selecting a trigger type, I'm going to select on shortcut press. And let's say I want to send a message. And so I want to do Control Enter. Okay. And that should send the message. And so now we have a trigger, and that's the same thing as the user clicked on the button. So I'm going to click on the button, open this up, copy this action chain, come back here and paste this action chain. Okay. And that's exactly what it's going to be, the exact same action chain as you would have pressed this button. Okay, so let's go ahead and rerun this app so that you can see how this works. All right, here we are. We don't have any favorites. We don't have any chats. Let's go ahead and start a chat. So what am I? I am a buyer. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this flow. I'm gonna send an offer for this. Would you take $3,000? Create an offer. You can no longer do it. We have a pending offer. I'm gonna go ahead and re-log in as the owner of the BMW. Who is the owner of the BMW? Who is the seller of the BMW? Let's go into cars. BMW is this 084. If you go in here, who is the person? Person is Rob. So I'm going to log in as Rob that I can see the offer. And let's go ahead and click here. Okay, so I have a pending offer. I'm going to say yes. I should have a chat created. Okay, so I can chat with Nick, which was the person that initially sent me the offer. Oh, we need to fix this chat with. Sounds good. Let's make a deal. So here I can click on send. Oh, and we need to clear this. Or I can use the shortcut. How about Monday afternoon? Okay, so now I'm going to execute the shortcut, Command Enter, and it executed. I didn't even press this button. I can do that again, and it did it again, right? All because I have a shortcut program. So let's quickly fix these issues. This is actually very simple. Insert, and I want to clear this. Just type clear, clear text, select this input message, and that's it. And then it says chat with. We forgot about that, right? And so this is key. But what's nice about it is that we already have this, right? So we already have this text combo, this. So all we need to do is and pass it as a parameter. So when this column is clicked, we're going to come over here. And in addition to the chat ID, we're also going to pass other username, which is the other user. And now what I can do is I can do this. I can just come over here, paste this, and that will execute the other flow, and that should give us the other person, because we already calculated it here, right? And so that way you can see it. Let's go ahead and run it. What's the issue? Insert row, chat ID. Oh no, this is chat ID. What's going on? This is what chat messages. Oh, I replaced the parameter. I forgot the chat ID, huh? That's not good. Okay, let me go ahead and fix this. Let's come over here. Let's see what's going on. Pass chat ID and page parameters. What is this? This is chat. This is chat. Oh, and what do we have here? This is chat ID, sender ID, message ID, and we're also filters are invalid. Chat with, chat messages. Oh, no, this is chat ID. I must have messed up that parameter. Okay. And this should say combine chat with, and then it should be other user. Oh, we need a space. Do we have a space? Yes, we do have a space. Okay, let's go ahead and run our app, and we should have those issues fixed. Let's go ahead and log in as James. All right, here we are. Chat with James. Chat with 2. Okay. I think there was an issue. This is not correct. This should be James, because if we go into chats, James, I don't know why it says 2, but this should be fixed. Okay, see how it clears that? And I can do the same thing. Command Enter. Look at that. Perfect. Okay. And actually didn't clear that because we forgot to do it for the shortcut. So if I come over here and shortcut press, I can just clear it here. Okay. And let's go ahead and fix this. Text combo, other username. Let's see. Why is that parameter? Other username. That's right. Let's go into chats. Chat with usernames. We go ahead and copy that. And what are we passing? If we click here. Yeah, because it's an ID. That's why we need to paste it and confirm. Okay, so now it's correct ID here, and that's the code expression. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app, and it should display it correctly. All right, there we are. Favorites, chats. Chat with James, chat with James. There you have it. Nice chat screen. Also looks good here on the big screen because we've used the right layouts. Looks really nice. And so these were examples of leveraging FlutterFlow's major features in this latest
release. And so for this last part, let's go ahead and launch our app on all the supported platforms. So first, let's see if we can build a web app. So we're going to go into web deployment here, and we're going to enable web. You have some settings over here. We're going to leave these off. Come back here, platforms, come back here, web deployment, and fill out all of this, right? So the site URL, and we're just going to be hosting it on FlutterFlow.app, but you can also have a custom domain if you want. So I'm just going to name it Car Trader. Okay, let's see. And here you can fill out more things. You can also have, as I said, a fave icon, which is the icon that's going to appear over here in some browsers. Like as you can see, here's a FlutterFlow 5 icon. It's going to be appearing there. So this is a good idea as well. And so we're just going to leave all of these off, and I'm going to go in and hit publish. Okay, so it's reserving the domain. It's publishing. We need to wait for a little bit. All right, and there you have it. So it says here, live on, published successfully a moment ago. Okay, and so if we click here, we should be able to see our app as a web app. And there's our web app. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. All right, sign in, and there we see it. Okay, so there you see it, and you can obviously resize it, and it's all reactive. This is all reactive. Everything should work. There's Toyota, and you can pick Camry. If you had more models, you can do that. But if you pick something else, nothing is going to show. Year, I think it's 2020, and then I can clear all of that. Everything is great, right? So I can have this map view here, which works as well. Really nice on a big screen. Favorites. Let's go ahead and try our favorites. I have created a favorite. There's our favorite. I can delete it. There's no more favorites. I have an offer here, pending offer that was accepted. So that means I have a chat with James about the car. And I have my settings page here as well. And I think for the settings page, it probably would make some sense to make it a little bit in the center. I think that's what you would need to do. So you would need to set the padding as a function of the width of the screen. So if the width of the screen is, relatively large, right? A lot, like, you're looking at it on a desktop monitor or something of that sort. Your padding is also going to be relatively large, right? So that way you kind of have it this way. Okay, and I will show you how to do that as well. And I think for a lot of these things, that's gonna be the key in this app, right? So instead of having it fill up the whole screen, I mean, it's up to you really, but that's just my initial thought, right? We would want to kind of have it kind of in the center, right? Because there's a lot of blank space. Okay, there's a lot of blank space. It's a lot of blank space. So that's what I would do. I will show you how to do that in just a second. But in any case, this works perfectly. This works amazing. Now, let's go ahead and try this app on a simulator. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and download this app. I'm going to go ahead and click over here. One thing that you can do is you can also come here and use Flutter Local Run, right? But in order to do that, you need to download the FlutterFlow desktop app. I'm actually using the web app. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to click here. I'm going to wait for this. I'm going to copy this. And then I'm going to go to my terminal here and execute this command. And that's going to download the whole code, right? Because at the end of the day, this is Flutter code, right? Next, I'm going to go into my Car Trader app, and I'm going to open it in Visual Studio Code. Okay, you need to have this installed already, right? I'm assuming that you have it installed. When this opens, it recommends me that some packages are missing. I'm going to say, okay. And here, you don't need to do this, okay? That's the only thing that you need to do. If it tells you that you need to download this, you need to download that, that's important. So now I have my full app here. So now I can run it in all kinds of devices. So if I click over here, I have Chrome, which we already, the web version, which I already showed you, but I can run it in the iOS simulator, Pixel simulator, and a real iPhone, right? So I'm just going to run it in an iOS simulator. Okay, so I'm going to click over here, and that's going to go ahead and load this iPhone 15 Pro Max simulator here first. All right, so now that it's running and we have it selected here, I can go ahead and run it, right? So I can simply go to run, and I can run without debugging and see what happens, right? Run without debugging. And that's going to go ahead and build my app for the iOS platform. Okay, and that's gonna run here. All right, so now it's installing the app on this simulator here, and it's going to be running it and showing us in just a moment. All right, and there's our app. So let's go ahead and log in, and there you have it. Looks really good. Put this in the center here. I can click here, can see this, and we're also getting some other information here. So that's another nice thing. Okay, looks kind of cool. There's Google Maps using our API key. We have this active offer. I'm just gonna delete it, remove it, no offers. And actually I'm a buyer. Okay, so I decided to decline on the offer. I want to see cars 2020. There's Toyota Camry. I can send an offer. So I want it for 10,000. Lowballing the guy a little bit. Would you create an offer? There's a pending offer, right? And so everything works as expected. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing on an Android device. Okay. So I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna select this. That's gonna go ahead and run our Android simulator. All right, here we have it. So with this simulator selected right here, all we need to do is going to run without debugging. That's fine. And it's going to do the exact same thing. It's going to build it for the Android platform. All right, and there's the app. Let's go ahead and log in. All right, here we are. I think we have an offer here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and kill that offer. And now I don't have any offers, so I can do that. We have the filtering, no favorites, no offers. We have a chat, but I can kill that as well. I'm a buyer, etc., etc. So it works exactly the same as was the case with iOS, web. We can also even build a desktop app if we want, and it's gonna work exactly the same. Now, one thing that you can do when it comes to adjusting your app for different screen sizes is you can use this specific setting that tells you the screen size, right? So if you go into constants here, you have breakpoint small, medium, and large, and you can adapt to it. So let's say for breakpoint large, if this is set, then you may want to do something else. So for instance, if it's set, you may want to do, something else. So as an example, we don't want to do it visually, but let's say that this is our breakpoint small, and let's say that I want to wrap this in a stack. This is just one approach, right? So let's say this is small, nothing is happening, right? And in fact, we can do a conditional, right? Small, breakpoint small, okay? So that is there. And then I can just duplicate this, and I can come here, and then this becomes, so let's say this is breakpoint large, okay? So now this is large, and I can do my padding, okay? So something like this, okay? Now, obviously, these are not going to show up at the same time, okay? So depending on where we are, with breakpoint large right here, this is going to show up here, right? So if I remove that, now you have breakpoint large, right? So after a certain breakpoint, the large is activated, right? So you may want to have something like this. And I don't know, this is the optimal approach. And so this may be something that you may be going for. It depends on how you want your app to look under different screen sizes. Now, I sincerely hope that you enjoy this comprehensive app building tutorial. And just like how I mentioned in the beginning of the video, if you are interested in getting access to this app so that way you can get a head start and really understand and internalize as well as leverage some of the techniques and various things that I built in this app into your apps, then the best way to do that would be to clone this app. And you can do just that when you become a member of our incredible Patreon community. As a member of our rapidly growing Patreon community, you're not only going to get complete access to this app, you're going to get complete access to pretty much all the apps that I have published on this channel. All the apps that I've done before, all the apps that I've done in the past, as well as all the apps that I'm going to be doing in the future. And believe me, I have some interesting app ideas that I'm looking to explore. And that's not all. When you become a member of our incredible Patreon community, you're also going to get access to extra content, such as my weekly video podcast where I discuss all things no code. And so if you like this channel, you like the kind of apps that I built here, you're going to absolutely love my Patreon supported weekly podcast as well. And needless to say, when you join our amazing Patreon community, you're going to be supporting this channel and supporting my work. And that is greatly, greatly appreciated. And so if you've gotten any value from some of the things that I've put out throughout the years on this channel, then you definitely are going to love what's in store for you inside of our Patreon community. And you can join our community via the first link in the description below the video.